Hello and welcome back to the Not Too Shabby Enjoy This Life virtual retreat. This is day 2 and I'm excited to continue the fun we started yesterday. My name is Lynn and I have the honor of kicking off day 2 with the final 4 workshops from our amazing designers. If you missed yesterday's workshops, don't worry. Both of these videos will be available for replay and you can watch them at your own pace as many times as you'd like. Before we get started though, can you do me the favor of hitting that like button and sharing this video out to your socials? This is a free retreat and we welcome all crafters to join us. Our instructors will be crafting with the Enjoy This Life retreat kit. The kit was designed exclusively for this event. If it hasn't already sold out, you can find it on the Not Too Shabby website, but once it does sell out, it won't be coming back. There will be a link in the live chat to the retreat kit so you can check out all the options for buying. Speaking of the live chat, if you are watching live, I hope you'll say hi and let us know where you are joining from. Our instructors will be in the live chat as well. So if you are crafting along and you have questions, please feel free to drop them in the live chat. If you are catching the replay, please leave your questions as comments on this video. Our instructors will do their very best to answer. Sometimes it's actually more fun to just watch and chat, so if you prefer, feel free to spend this time chatting with our amazing friends while you watch live, then come back and craft later on the replay. Every workshop this weekend will hold a live giveaway, so you have 4 chances left to win a $15 gift certificate to Not Too Shabby. Congratulations to our 4 winners from yesterday. If you haven't already, you can catch the replay to see if you won. Listen for each designer's instructions today on how to enter the giveaway during their workshop. The winner will be announced live in the chat by the instructor. You must be watching live to enter, but if you have to leave early before the winner is announced, just be sure to come back, watch the replay to see if you won. All prizes need to be claimed by September 20th. We hope you'll craft along and share your makes with us as well. Whether you are using the retreat kit or you are crafting from your own stash, we'd love to see your creations. Share it to our link party for a chance to win a $25 gift certificate. And of course, there is that mega prize bundle valued at over $150. For a chance to win, look for a link in the live chat for where to enter. The deadline to enter is September 21st, so be sure to get your entry in. Without further ado, let's get started. Hello and welcome to day 2 of the Enjoy This Life virtual retreat. My name is Lynn and I am very excited and honored to be a part of this retreat. I hope you've been enjoying it so far. We had a lot of amazing classes yesterday from Jamie, Cassie, Carrie, and Lauren, and I'm excited to kick off day 2 with my squash book mini album. Now, if you are joining live, I hope you'll say hi in the chat. I am gonna be there chatting along right alongside you. This video is pre-recorded, but I'm in the live chat. If you want to ask any questions along the way, I will be able to answer you there. And as well, I do want to make sure that everybody who's coming in also is aware that I will be giving away a $15 gift certificate to the Not Too Shabby shop during my live session. So I'll tell you all about that when the time comes, how to enter and all of that good stuff. You will need to be here live in order to enter. But if you have to leave at any point, don't worry, just watch the replay to see if you were selected as the winner, because you'll be given a deadline to claim your prize. So do catch the replay if you do enter, but you have to be here live to enter. So because I'm the first session getting started, I want to ask everybody, hit that like button, maybe share out this virtual retreat stream, because it's a great opportunity for us to meet new crafty friends. The retreat is 100% free, so anybody can join and craft along with what they have in their stash. Of course, I will be crafting with the goodies that came in the Enjoy This Life virtual retreat kit. So I have those pattern papers that I'll be working with, plus some solid color cardstock from my stash. If you're crafting along with me today, I did share a cutting list and supply list, as well as I did push out a video of my homework prep where I cut all of this that you see in front of you and gave you some kind of, some tips, some ideas for how I picked the pattern papers that I chose. So hopefully you've already prepared all of that, but if you haven't, don't worry. The first thing I'll do is read off these dimensions, and it's just a couple of dimensions. Really, the time is because there are so many pieces that you do need to cut. So I'm gonna do that first, run down all of the supplies, the cut list, and then you can get started cutting while I actually talk a little bit more about what my project is today. So let me first get everybody started with the supply list and the cutting guide, just in case you did not get a chance to prepare this in advance. So I have 3 pieces of solid color cardstock. The way I like to make my squash book mini albums is I like 2 of them to be the same color and then 1 to be a third color. I've cut these to 8.5 inches square. Now, if you are used to using US letter size cardstock, that's great. It's just 1 cut along the 11-inch edge. You just cut it off at 8.5. However, some manufacturers don't give you a true 8.5 inch. So you do want to measure the other side just to make sure that everything is nice and square. It's important that this is square. So if it happens to be that your solid color cardstock is actually a little bit wider than 8.5, then you'll want to just trim it off a little bit. So that's your first cut. 3 pieces of solid color cardstock at 8.5 inch square. Then I have chosen, now this is not the most efficient cut of your pattern papers, so for that I apologize, but I chose 12 different pattern papers and I cut them to 4 inches by 4 inches. So these are 4 by 4 squares, and I have 12 in total. So you're going to end up with a lot of 2-inch strips, which are great for card making, so I'm sure you'll put that to good use. I have a video where I show you what you can do with some of those 2-inch strips. So for example, I just cut those 2-inch strips down even further and made 1-inch strips. and then I just put them together as little plaid panels. So these are going to be ready to go to make some card fronts. So I'll, if there's time, I'll have a little bonus card that I'll maybe share after the retreat. So you'll need 12 of these. 10 of them go inside the album. One of them will be my cover. I chose that one for my cover, front cover, and then one will be your back cover. So 12 for the inside, one for the front cover, one for the back cover. So you can get started with those. Now, I chose in my homework video to make photo mats and little photo corners from some of those 2-inch strips that we have so many of. So in total, if you followed along with my homework video, then you will also have 8 photo mats. I chose dark brown, but you can choose black if you're looking for something more like a gallery mat. And the photo corners, again, very optional. You don't have to make these little pattern paper photo corners. I just think they're a nice touch. So the brown solid color cardstock, that has been cut to 3 inches square. So 8 of these photo mats cut to 3 inches square. And that means that you can have a photo the size of 2 and 13/16, or if you like a little bit more of that brown to show, you can always cut your photos down to 2 3/4 of an inch. So that's the cutting. This part kind of optional if you don't want it. I'll show you some different options for what you can do instead, and I'll show you what that option looks like. Besides your papers, we'll need a stretch of ribbon. The exact amount, I'm not sure. We'll measure that to fit. The next thing is adhesives. So I do like to use a nice strong adhesive, and I do like to use a combination of double-sided dry adhesive as well as a liquid adhesive. If you are using this mini album for housing photos, then you definitely want to make sure that all of the adhesive, everything that you're using is acid-free, photo-safe, all of that good stuff. So if you haven't noticed, Not Too Shabby is now stocking Barely Art Glue. So you can get Barely Art Glue from the Not Too Shabby shop now. So that's really awesome. Next, I'll also be needing a bone folder. You can use whichever type is most comfortable for you. I like to use a little acrylic block. This just helps me to tear the paper tape. And then as well, we will need a scoreboard. So make sure you have your scoreboard handy. And I think besides that, you might need some scissors to cut your ribbon, but otherwise we are going to be good to go. So if you're still cutting, keep cutting away, and let me show you some examples of squash book mini albums, just so that you have an idea of where we are headed. So I have made 3 examples in 3 different sizes, and this is so that you can see that you can really adapt this album to whatever size you'd like. Just kind of depends on what you have, what you want to use it for. And as well, I wanted to show a couple of different types of closure mechanisms so that you have some variations, some options to consider. This one doesn't even need a closure because it's so large. The panels are nice and heavy. It lays flat pretty well. And it opens to be very, very large. This uses as a base, so instead of 8.5 by 8.5 in the solid color cardstock, I used 12 by 12. So this is so big, I can't even fit this on my screen here. And this size is really great because look at how much of the pattern paper I can use. I can basically use the whole panel. I mean, I did cut it down a little bit. I actually cut it to 5 3/4 by 5 3/4 because I like having a little bit of that border. But it's really, really great for showcasing a lot of pattern papers. So you can see all the different patterns that I chose for this one. And what I did on this one is I actually decided to do that gallery mat of the black frame, and then I just stamped a little bit onto the corners, onto the edges of each of those photo squares, so that whoever I give this to, if they want, they can cover up all of the white there. They can just cover that with a photo, and that would be totally cool to do. But if they prefer, they can actually, do a little bit of journaling. Maybe there's some memorabilia that they want to glue onto this and collage up. So they could either continue to decorate it or just cover up those panels completely. But at least this way, when they first get it, they have it looks nice. It's not just completely empty. And then that way they can kind of take their time to fill it out. Now, these actually measure 4 1/4 by 4 1/4. So if you had a 4 by 6 photo, you could just cut that down to 4 inches square, and you would have like a double mat. You would have a white border all the way around your photo, followed by a black border as well. So that's one option. And this has no closure. It's pretty flat still because there's a lot of cardstock in here. It's pretty substantial. So the next size is the size that we will be making in our class today, and that is this one. So this is the size that we're going to make, and what I've done is I've made this hidden latch closure. So you can just pull out this tab and then open this up. And that's what we have on the inside. Now, for this one, I've left the pages blank so that if you wanted to do something else with this, maybe you want to collage it up with some ephemera, maybe you want to make little scenes, choice is yours. So this is sort of a blank canvas for you to kind of run with different ideas for and decorate however you'd like. But I wanted to do this version just to show this option as a closure. And then my little baby one is this size. So I made this version because I mentioned at the outset that these cuts are not the most efficient because you're going to need to cut down your 6x6 pattern paper to 4x4 squares, leaving you a lot of 2-inch strips. So if you are short on pattern paper, 6x6 pattern paper, you could opt to do this size instead. And I wanted to show a different option for closure. This is a belly band closure. So if you saw Jamie's class, she taught a class on gatefold cards with a belly band. So you've probably are already familiar with how to make one of these. And so this one opens up as well. And with this one, these squares of pattern paper are 3x3. So from each sheet of 6x6 pattern paper, you can actually get 4 of these 3x3 panels. So that means this whole thing, instead of taking
up 12 sheets of pattern paper, it only takes up 3 sheets of pattern paper. There's 10 squares in the center, on the inside of the album, one on the back, one on the front. So that's quite a difference between 12 sheets down to 3 sheets. And it may seem like it's more than 3 sheets because I was pretty selective and I made sure to pick some that I could use the front and the back for this color scheme. And so there's some that are, I think these are the fronts and backs of each other. So it just gives you some options to have some variations. That's also the back of one as well. So there's this one as an option if you prefer to have more efficient cuts. So with this one, the size photo that you can fit in here is 2.5 by 2.5, which actually isn't that much smaller than the size album that we're going to be creating. So here, I think this is 2 and 13/16. Yeah, here we go. 2 and 13/16. So not too much of a size difference, but it makes a huge difference in terms of pattern paper and how much of it you need. And what sort of scraps you have left over, because with this you're not going to have any scraps. So here's the size difference between using what we're going to make today is this middle version. This is using 3x3 squares, and this is using nearly the full 6x6. So that's what we're going to be making today. And for the closure, what I want to show is how to do a ribbon closure. All right, so now hopefully everybody has had an opportunity to cut your pattern papers if you are following along, and feel free also if you want to just chat and hang out with the community and chat with us. That's always a lot of fun to do. And I know sometimes it can be kind of hard to chat and craft at the same time, so I totally understand if what you want to spend your time doing right now is to just chat, and then you can always come back and watch on the replay and craft at that time. So let us start off with our solid color cardstock. And part of this process is going to be doing the same step multiple times over. So you can, if you're not following on the first one, don't worry, I'll show it to you multiple times. So I've made this little tiny baby one just as a little template so that you can kind of see all on screen what we're doing here. So the two panels on this side for me will be tan, and this one in the center here for me will be green. So I always score my lines and then fold them as a mountain fold. So we'll start with the one in the center here. So for me, this will be green. So let's take my two tan ones aside. If you're going to do all the same color, then it's going to be a lot easier for but if you're going to do alternating colors like me, you do want to score these in a particular way. So we're going to focus on this center one. Since I always fold my score lines as mountain folds, that means I want to score this line going straight down the center and this line going across the center orthogonally so that I get a square. All right, so let's start there. And the side that, if you're using like a textured paper like I happen to have, the side that's going to be visible will be the side that you are scoring on. So bear that in mind in case that matters for the papers that you've chosen. So what I want to do is score at the halfway point. So half of 8.5 is 4.25. Then turn 90 degrees and score again at 4.25. So you're scoring 2 orthogonal lines along the straight edge. Okay, so I've got the 2 score lines in. Now what I want to do is I've got this diagonal line right here, right? But my diagonal line is a valley fold. So the way to get a valley fold is to just flip it to the back and score from that side. So the way to score the diagonal, for me, I found the easiest thing to do is I like using my cutting track, because it's really easy for me to tell when I have the 2 corners on the same track. If you have a scoreboard, and you could also just draw a line with like a black pen. I can't bring myself to do that. Let me know in the chat if you have one of those lines, if you've drawn one of those lines on your scoreboard. For me, for some reason, I just cannot bring myself to marking up my scoreboard. So I do this instead. It works just as well. Okay, so I have 1 score line down the diagonal, and then on the other side I have 2 score lines that make the 4 quadrants of this square here. Now that's our middle piece. Now let's take a look at our 2 side pieces. Now what we do for one, we're gonna do for the other. They're gonna get scored in the exact same way. So here, it's basically going to be the reverse, where the diagonal line on my center square was a valley fold, it's now a mountain fold. Where my orthogonal lines were mountain folds, they are now valley folds. So again, this matters more if you have a particular side of your pattern paper that is the pretty side. So let's say you're using a textured paper like this green one. I think you would want this to be a pretty side, because this is where like all the decorating is going to happen. However, when this all gets closed down, this will end up being the front of your mini album, and this will be the back. So those pieces will be visible. I don't do anything, on the back of this. So I leave those, but I do decorate the front and the back here. The other thing is that you could just as well also choose to do this with your pattern paper as opposed to using solid color cardstock. So if you have, say, a double-sided pattern paper, you might want to make note of which side is going to be visible on the inside and which side is not going to be, so that you can choose the design that works for you. But this particular cardstock that I'm using, it's pretty much the same on both sides, so I don't really have to worry too much about which side is the pretty side. I did have to do that on my green pattern paper because that had texture on one side. But the key is that you want to score your 2 orthogonal lines on one side, then flip those over to the back, and then score the diagonal line on the back. So to get a diagonal line, just line up 2 corners and score. And if it helps, if you like this style album, if it helps, make yourself one of these little templates because then you can keep it, and then the next time you have to make it, you can refer to that again and not have to sort of figure it out from scratch. Okay, so all of my score lines are in. Each of these panels has 3 score lines, 2 that are going, up and down, and 1 that's diagonal. Okay, so now what we want to do is we want to fold these. And as I mentioned, every score line is going to be folded as a mountain fold. So where you have an indentation, bring that up and fold it back. So I am just going to take a moment, make sure that my corners are lined up, make sure that my edges are all lined up, fold it, and then give it a good burnish so we get nice crisp fold. And then I'm going to do that again. So the 2 orthogonal lines will get folded the same way because those were both scored on the same side. And just make sure our corners are lined up and burnish. So now I've got those folded. The diagonal line, though, was scored on the back. So we want to look for where there's an indentation where we scored and then fold that as a mountain. So we want to bring that upwards. Okay. And I just like to sort of start to bend it, but I always like to really double check that my corners are lined up and the edges are lined up so that if for some reason the scoring was just a little bit off, you can still retrain the paper to get an exact alignment. Now, if everything is folded and scored the way that it should have been, this will naturally collapse in on itself and fold down into this little square. Now, if you've ever done origami, this is the beginning of a lot of origami folds. So what I like to do is when it's folded down flat, I like to just burnish these all again. Really make sure to train everything so that it folds nice and flatly. So that's one. Now we want to do the same with the rest. So I'll talk through it again, but I'll go a little bit faster now. So we have our 2 orthogonal lines. We just want to fold and burnish those. They both get folded on the same side because they were scored on the same side. And then we'll flip to the back. Once this is done, and fold our diagonal line. Okay, so I'm just going to line up that corner, really make sure the corners, the edges, they're all in alignment. The more you can get it to line up perfectly, the more flatly everything will fold down, the better everything is going to stack once it's all assembled. So now you can collapse this all down and then give all of the folds a burnish. Burnish across the center too, because you want to burnish, these folds in between. So I'm just going to burnish, and then burnish down the center. So that's 2 done. Now our middle one. Just going to do the same thing. Now I would recommend you could do maybe an 80-pound weight cardstock would be good for this. You don't want to go too thick because of how much this has to fold down. The thicker the cardstock, the more challenging it will be to have it really fold down nice and flat. It's not to say it's not possible, just that it might be a little bit more challenging. You don't want to go too thin either because, say, if you went with a 65-pound cardstock, just depends on what you put on here. If you put a lot of photos, lots of mats and layers, this ends up getting exercised a lot. If it gets opened and closed a lot, there's a lot of bending. All of these folds, collapsing, in on each other. it's going to be a lot of wear and tear on these folds. So 65 pound is maybe a little bit too lightweight. But if you don't have a lot of mats and layers, it could be okay. All right. So we have our, I'm going to refer to these as page bases. We have our 3 page bases ready to go. Now we need to actually attach them to one another. The way that I like to attach these is I like to have the center one on top because it's, it's the only one of its color. So I like all 4 squares of, the center page base to be visible. So these will overlap and I'll just glue them to the back of the center one. So that's how that will look. And then what you want is for these to kind of go in a zigzag pattern. So if all 4 corners of my page base here, the first one should point towards me. So see how all the points are towards me? The second one should be away from me. So it'll go like that, away from me. Okay? And then the third one, when it gets attached, it should point towards me. Okay, so this is the dry fit. It'll look like that. And then that way, this will all sort of accordion fold down into a nice tidy little square, but it opens up huge. So let's focus on these first 2. We'll get these attached, and then we'll get the third one attached. So I am going to glue this square on top of this square here, right in there. And the way that I like to do this is I do like to use a combination of double-sided dry adhesive as well as a little bit of liquid adhesive. The dry adhesive is really good so that it can grab quickly. That way I can kind of just move on and I don't have to worry about anything moving on me. And the liquid adhesive gives me the assurance that this is going to be a nice permanent bond, because dry adhesives, just depending on the climate that you live in, there's actually the potential that it could dry out and lose its stickiness. Now, I happen to know that this other solid square, so the quadrants that I'm putting adhesive on, they are the squares that don't have the diagonal score line through them. So I am just going to put some adhesive on all 4 edges of this square while I'm back here. But you could definitely do this sort of one at a time if you'd like. And next, I want to burnish my adhesive really well into the cardstock. Really make sure that it's firmly stuck down, because what we're doing when we're burnishing like this is you're kind of pushing all of the air out, or as much of the air as possible. And air is what will or can sort of dry out your adhesive over time. So the other benefit of burnishing really well is that it also makes the liners super easy to peel up. So because it's the adhesive is so well stuck down, so it's the liner will lift really easily. Now, I always like to use a little bit of liquid adhesive so that this is nice and permanent. If you also want a little bit of insurance for positioning, you can also squiggle a fine line right on top of your dry adhesive. Now, one of the reasons why I like to use the combination I've already mentioned is because it's going to be quick grabbing, the dry adhesive, but it's also got the benefit of allowing me to get adhesive as close to the edge as possible without having to run my liquid adhesive all the way to the edge and then potentially having that liquid adhesive ooze out. Now, what I did just now was I adhered this so that you can still see the fold of the score line, because you want to make sure that this can still fold down nice and flat over top. And same on the reverse. You want to make sure it can fold down nice and flat. So what that means is that, yeah, there's going to be like a really thin sliver of, that tan cardstock still showing. But that's okay, because we'd rather have that than have this not be able to fold down flatly. Okay, so make sure when you are adhering this that you are not overlapping the score line, because it basically needs to tuck in like this and be able to fold down flat. Okay, so we've got page base 1 and 2 attached. Now I already have adhesive here, and I just need to attach it to our third page here. So let's peel this up, and you can use that thin bead of liquid adhesive right on the double-sided adhesive tape, especially if you're using something like score tape, which is really strong. I mean, just a little bit of accidental contact and it can tear up your paper. So it can be helpful. I still wouldn't put your liquid adhesive too far to the edge, because it could ooze and get a little bit messy. So here again, I'm just going to aim to get this right up to the score line, but I don't want to cover the score line at all. Do not want to cover that score line at all. I just want to be right up against it so that this can still fold down. Okay, so now once that's exactly where I want, I'm just going to give this another good burnish. The reason to burnish it really well is so that for the liquid adhesive, you're spreading that liquid adhesive out. That way you don't get any glue lines. For the double-sided dry adhesive tape, you're pushing the air out so that hopefully it doesn't dry out, and it really just helps to activate the adhesive, strengthen it, make sure it's really well bonded. So that's the base of our album complete. So here you can see everything just folds down nice and easily. Okay, so with that done, now we can start to decorate our pages with the pattern papers that we've selected. So I already have the order that I want. So this was front and back cover, so I'll set that aside for now. And I wanted this to be, now the way I like to do mine is I kind of like to, whatever's going on the left or the right, I mirror it onto the opposite side. So that's why I've got the same, patterns there. And then in the center, what I thought I would do is something like this. And then those there. Yeah. Okay, so it's gonna look something like that, and then this side gets mirrored over there. Okay, so I am going to, let's start with the easiest squares to attach. Okay, so the easiest squares to attach are going to be the ones that don't have any score lines through them. They're going to be the 4 going across the center, the middle here. And so I'm going to do the same thing. I am going to get double-sided dry adhesive on all 4 edges of these 4 panels. So as I'm doing this, let me know in the chat if you have any questions for me. Let me know also if you are crafting along, what pattern papers have you chosen? Are you using the retreat kit? Are you using what's in your stash? This is, if you follow these measurements, this is a pretty good way to kind of smash a paper pad, but you will end up with a bunch of those 2-inch strips, which I think you could definitely use in your card making, of course, and other projects. Maybe turn those into some bookmarks. I think that would be fun. This is probably a good time to also mention the giveaway. So if I haven't already shared it to you, this will be a reminder to myself to share the link to Rafflecopter. That's how you'll be able to enter to win the $15 gift certificate to shop at Not Too Shabby. And that's for hanging out with us live, taking some time out of your weekend to catch my workshop. Every instructor will be giving away a gift certificate during their workshop. So this is also a way for us to thank our retreat attendees who actually take the time to watch multiple workshops or hang with us all weekend long. So if you watch more than one workshop, you have the chance to enter because we're each giving away a gift certificate. So you're going to have multiple chances to win. You might even win multiple times. So be sure to head on over to Rafflecopter, enter your information there, and before my stream ends, I will pick a winner and announce the winner in the live chat. So if you had to leave early, just be sure that you come back and see if you are a winner, and you'll be given instructions on how to claim your prize in the live chat as well. So now that I have adhesive on all of these squares, let's go ahead and adhere them down. These ones are going to be super easy because the square is pretty much unobstructed. There's no score lines through there, so all you're going to do is just glue this down. Again, casual squiggle of liquid adhesive just to make sure it's nice and permanent. And then I'm just going to try to eyeball a nice even border all the way around. And once that's in place, I am going to burnish. Now, you can use a directional pattern paper if you want, because ultimately, if this is going to house photos, your photos are going to be directional. So I think it's okay. It's just going to be a little bit on a tilt, and that just makes it a little bit fun, a little bit quirky. So feel free to use directional papers if you want. You just might want to decide for yourself, which, if it's directional and it's up and down this way, would you rather it be tilted that way or tilted that way? And maybe you can kind of sometimes mix it up. Tilt it one way on one panel and tilt it the other way on another panel. So totally up to you. It's really nice that all of the papers in the kit are more or less non-directional. Everything that I chose is non-directional. Now, I did choose all of my papers from the fall paper pad, and that was because I wanted to make sure if you did want to choose the exact same things, that you would have everything that you need in just the basic kit. But if you got the fall life plaids that coordinate, you could definitely mix in the plaids because they work so well. And then they kind of help you to stretch, some of the gorgeous florals that are part of the Fall Life paper pad. So feel free to mix it up a little bit, but for me, I'm gonna have to turn this around because I have an easier time eyeballing when I can see this edge of things. So feel free to turn it, do whatever you need to line it up as best you can. And of course, burnish along the way. Okay, I mean, right now, since everything's non-directional, I don't really have a front and a back. Everything is everything is pretty much the same, especially since I'm just mirroring everything. Now, the next easiest ones to attach, believe it or not, will be these ones here. These are going to be, you might have caught it earlier. Let me show you on this example, this little mini one, since I'll be able to fit this on screen. See how I'm still able to get a full square here? And I'm able to do that because I've only glued this down to just one of the triangles so that it can still kind of fold down. But when it's open, you still get a nice full square here, which gives you the opportunity to have 8 photos in this little mini album. So you might have originally thought, oh, these little triangles, you're not going to be able to fit much there, and that's a lot of paper for just 4 photos and a bunch of decorative space. No, you can fit 8 photos here. So the way that we're going to do this is, and you can do this any which way, but what's important is that if I'm going to glue this down on the right triangle and leave this one hovering, then on this one, I want to glue it to the left side. Okay, so if I'm gluing this on the bottom, then I want to glue left on the top. And what I like to do is just mirror everything. So if I'm gluing left on this side, then on this side, I'm going to glue right, which means on this side, I'm going to glue this to the left. Okay, so let's just take it one at a time. All right, so I'm going to start here. And I'm just going to get a little bit of double-sided dry adhesive tape along these edges, just like I've been doing. Now, the key is you want to don't go all the way to these corners here because it needs to fold. So we can't take glue all the way to the edge there. So really gonna steer clear and just get some along this edge, these 2 edges, and that's it. And then what I'll do is put a little bit of adhesive along this diagonal. Okay? And it's better to put your diagonal adhesive onto the page base because you don't want any adhesive accidentally getting onto this triangle half because then it'll glue it down and it won't be able to open all the way. So now I can take this off and I can release this one as well. And I still want a squiggle of liquid adhesive. The only safe spot to put glue is on this triangle, but you don't want to take it too far to the edge because remember we have a little bit of the cardstock showing on the border. I do want to try to get into that corner though a little bit and into this corner a little bit because I don't have any dry adhesive in those corners at all. So I think that's about good. Now I'm going to aim here are my 2 adhesive strips and I'm going to aim to get that into that corner. For me, it's just easier to eyeball things when I can see it on this edge. So you can really just look for your corners here and then line them up with the fold, and that should help you to get things centered, because that's exactly centered on the diagonal. And then we burnish. So now you can see this is going to tuck in just fine when this all folds down. So now what we want is, because this was glued on the right side, we want to glue this pattern paper to the left side. And I'm going to do the exact same thing. So this is a lot of repeating the same steps a few different times because it's such a large album. And then once we get this side done, we're gonna work on the other side. So if you are lost at all, don't worry, because we're gonna do it a couple more times. All right, so here we go. We're gonna glue. So this is glued down on this side. We're gonna go to the opposite side and glue there. So I want to put my diagonal strip of tape here. Don't get too close to the edge, because remember, when we attach this, there's going to be a little bit of a border showing. And I want to get a little squiggle of liquid adhesive as well. So I'll get some down, and then I'm going to try to get a little bit in the corner here, because there's no dry adhesive in those corners. And these two edges have the tape, so they're going to go into this corner. And then I'm just going to line up the points of my square onto the score line, the diagonal score line, and just try to get an even border all the way around. Then we're good to go. All right, so now you can watch as this folds. These are just they're just gonna pass each other. So it all folds down really nicely. All right, so we're gonna do the same thing on this side now. All right, so let's get some double-sided dry adhesive onto the backs of these. It's nice that these are non-directional, so that I can basically kind of put them on any two edges and it'll work. Just make sure that you aren't taking your adhesive all the way to the edge, because we don't want any glue to go over onto that other triangle. So we'll collapse that down. Okay, so that's that one, and then I have my second one here. And if you are using something directional, you just want to make sure that you do look at how your panel will be oriented, and just make sure that it's facing the way that you'd like. Now, my personal preference is I like to mirror everything. So since this is attached on the right side, I'm gonna attach this panel on the right side as well. So I'll just put some dry adhesive down the diagonal edge. Okay, and if I'm gluing on the left side, go up and glue on the opposite side, or just look at this side and you want to mirror it. So because this one, or at least that's how I'd like to do it, because this was glued on the left side, when I go over to this side, I'm going to glue on the right side. So I'm going to go ahead and put my diagonal strip of adhesive down, and that way I know where it's going. And if this starts to get unwieldy, you can kind of collapse it down a little bit so you have some space to work with here. All right, so we know exactly where we're putting our adhesive. Can't remember. I think I burnished. And get a little bit of liquid adhesive. Try to get a little bit into that corner. Remember to leave yourself a border because the pattern paper doesn't go all the way to the corners. And then I look for the 2 corners on my panel, and I'm just gonna line those up on the score line and try to get a nice even border all the way around. Oh, made a little bit of contact. It's nice to have some liquid adhesive to give a little bit of wiggle room to adjust. But score tape is really strong. So I'm gonna get a little bit of extra. This is dried up a little bit. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, got my corners on the score line, and then I have this kind of matching there. So there we go. Burnish nicely. Then just make sure it's lifted, because if any glue crossed over, you will have basically glued this panel down and it's not going to lift the way that you need it to. Okay, so now last one of these. Then we have these middle 2 left. So, all right, let's get these up. And peel this back. Again, just gonna get a little bit of liquid adhesive into this corner, a little bit in the middle, get a little bit of wiggle room time. And I've got my adhesive on those 2 edges. So there we go. Okay. And then burnish. All right, so now we're down to just 2 last panels. So we have these that fold down nicely. They expand. Okay. Now, you can't do that same trick on these triangles because this folds like a taco. And so anything that crosses over the score line is going to get folded, whereas these triangles folded back. So you can have things hanging off of here, and so long as it's small enough that it's contained within the page base, within the book, it's going to be fine. So what I do for these is I have the exact same size square that we cut earlier for all of the others, and all I'm going to do is cut them in half along the diagonal. So I'm going to take one and line up the 2 points of the corners so that they are on my cutting blade edge. And then slice. Okay, so keep your 2 halves together so that you know, you have the pair of them, that way they meet up. Okay, now here's the tricky part though. Remember how when we were gluing the two pages together and I mentioned you don't want the edge of, say, the green page here to cross over the score line because it's going to make it hard to fold that score line over. The same thing is going to happen here. If I try to leave the exact same, you know, border all the way around, you know, the square edges, just like how these have that nice border, that means that these two pattern paper pieces, these two triangles, they should meet up exactly in the center. But what's going to happen is exactly in the center means it crosses over the score line. So for this to fold nicely, what I need to do is just take a fly's eyelash off of the diagonal edge, and I'm going to take a little bit off of both sides. So I showed, I have another video on how to do this, but I'll demonstrate it here as well. The guillotine is really nice for this, but I'll show you how to do this in your trimmer if you have a blade trimmer. So I am taking off less than a 1/16 of an inch. It's very slight. So there's a little bit. And it doesn't have to be perfect. You can eyeball that it's even. But you can see how that's how little I took off. Very, very little. Okay, so now I'll show you that again. I'll show you how to trim it with a blade trimmer, but let me get these first two in. So I want to make sure that everything is lined up, and that's basically how it's gonna look there. So I'm gonna do the same thing. Just get some double-sided dry adhesive onto all edges. And then I'll get a little bit of liquid adhesive on the inside as well. Although there's not, you know, I'm using some pretty wide double-sided dry adhesive, so it is taking up most of this, which is nice. All right. And when I work with double-sided dry adhesive, I try to not touch the adhesive, because if you touch it, you're gonna weaken the adhesive a little bit, right? Because whatever skin cells, whatever dust, oils, lotions you have on your fingertips, they're going to transfer to the adhesive and they're going to weaken it. So try not to touch your adhesive if you want to keep it nice and strong. I handle it on the edges, and then of course a little bit of liquid adhesive will really make sure that it's nice and permanent. So then, just like before, I want to avoid going over the fold or the score line. Just gonna aim to get this right up next to it, but not over it. And if you need to, just double check that you can still see how I can still fold this down, and there's no resistance because nothing is overlapping that score line. And once we have these two panels in, if you did not make photo mats, then you can just start decorating however you'd like. And if you did make photo mats, you just need to glue your photo mats down, and then you'll be done. So there's that. Just a reminder, if you haven't already, do fill out that Rafflecopter form so that you can have a chance to win a gift certificate to Shop Not Too Shabby. So I've got those two triangles already cut, but as promised, I want to show you how to cut this on a on one of these blade trimmers, because there's a little bit of a trick to it. It's possible to cut thin slivers. You do want to make sure that your blade is nice and sharp. So I've lined this up so that you can kind of see, maybe go out a little bit. Okay, so you can kind of see, I'm going to try to get a little bit of it to hang over onto the blue side here. Now, if I were to just run my blade like this against such a small little bit of cardstock there, especially one that has an angle like that and not a lot of paper on this side, it's likely you're just going to like push the paper as opposed to cut through the paper. So instead, what you want to do is pull up your blade and drop it somewhere in the middle of your paper. Hold this down firm and then slice from the middle to the ends, and you'll be able to get a thin slice. So I'm gonna do that on one. I'll do that on the next one too. Okay, so something like that. Drop it in the center and then run it off the edge. So nice thin, just a little sliver. All right, so now that we have that done, then we can get some adhesive on the back of this. So for the rest of today, we have a lot more fun classes ahead. So up next after me is Beth's gratitude journaling class. And then we also have Letty is teaching gift card holders. Today's lineup is kind of cool because we have Beth doing a gratitude journaling project, and Letty is right after her with some gift card holders, mini Slimline gift card holders. And you know, that's a way to show your gratitude, is to maybe give somebody a gift card. I think that's kind of cool. And Letty happens to be making mini Slimline versions. And then after Letty's class is Alicia's class, and she's teaching an exclusive mini Slimline sheet load. So it's all very nicely coordinated. All right, so my class is the only one that's a little bit of an oddball today. But hopefully you're having fun. And if you're not crafting along, I'm glad that you're hanging out with us and chatting. And if you want, this video workshop is going to be available on replay, so you can always catch it later if you want to come back and craft along. I hope you'll also share out this stream if you haven't already. So if you haven't, please take a moment, hit that like button, hit the share. Let's get more people into the retreat to hang out with us, and it is totally free to join. So this is a good one to share out, get folks here and hanging out with us, and especially since you don't have to have anything specific. You just need a bit of paper and you can craft along with what you've got. So there's that complete, and I'm going to now show you how to do the ribbon closure. So I've got a bit of ribbon here. I have my front and back papers, and what I'm gonna do is, let's just identify, this is going to be our front. Okay, just label, and then this will be our back. Because up until now, really, anything could have been the front. I mean, I could have turned it this way and it would work just as well, because I've got everything non-directional, everything is mirrored, so it didn't really matter, but it's at this point where it will matter. So we want the back, we want the front, we want to know which way is up, which way is down. So let's start off with a bit of ribbon, and all I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put some double-sided dry adhesive tape onto the end of my ribbon here. And it's 1/4 inch tape for a 1/4 inch ribbon. This is gonna get well stuck down, so you don't have to worry too much about getting it perfectly aligned, because we are going to sandwich this in between the back of the mini album and some pattern paper. I just want to be able to get it stuck down initially so that I can position everything else. So I am going to aim to get this, roughly centered. It doesn't really have to be centered, but close enough is good enough. So we have that. Your pattern paper is going to cover that right up. So I'm gonna get some dry adhesive along all 4 edges, and we're gonna cut that ribbon in a moment. So this is probably a lot longer than what I need, but there's not going to be a lot left over to do anything else with. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to cut this in half, and then we'll trim these edges once we know exactly how long it needs to be. So this right now is 12 inches long. Okay, right now each piece is 12 inches long. And then when I have this cut down to size, what I'll do is let you know how long of a piece you actually need, because I just had this bit left over, so it was convenient, and it matches the papers, and the photo mats that I made are a dark brown, so it kind of all goes. Alright, so a little bit of liquid adhesive, and so now I can center this. This is my back cover, but we're basically going to do the same thing on the front. Okay, so that hides the ribbon there. Now I've got my front, And I'm going to do the same thing. So just a little bit of double-sided adhesive onto the ribbon directly so that we can just stick it down. Now here's the thing. I want to make sure that wherever the back ribbon is, I do want to make sure that the front one is lined up with it. So wherever that landed, you just want to make sure that your front ribbon lines up with it. Okay, so that looks about right to me. Okay, and then we'll get some dry adhesive on the front pattern paper. And you can definitely decorate the front a lot more when once you have this panel on. You could maybe give a title to your journal. You can add some ephemera to decorate it. I'm not gonna do that because not during this workshop, just so that we're not here all day decorating, because you could definitely do a lot more to decorate all of the pages on the inside, all of the front cover. You could do a lot with it as well. So we would be here all day if if we decorated everything. But I want to get everybody to the point where you've got your page bases all done, your closure all done, and then the rest is up to you. All right, so we really only need enough ribbon on this to be able to tie this closed. So just go ahead and give that a little bit of a knot, and then tie a little bit of a bow here. Okay, and then once, there's not that much left over actually. So once that's tied, I think you could just leave it. You could just leave it like that, but I'll trim a little bit off. So I'll trim about, what does this end up being? 2 inches. So really we only needed a stretch of maybe 20 inches total, so 10 for the front, 10 for the back. Now if you're gonna cut like that, then you might want to add some fray check. I can't seem to find my fray check. But you'll want to add a little bit of fray check on the ends here so that your ribbon doesn't unravel on you. But that is the ribbon closure. Okay, and then I do want to show just really quickly, if you did happen to prepare your photo mats, then like I did, then you'll want to glue these in. So what I did was I made these ones with one pattern paper, but then the ones here, because this is actually the pattern paper here. So this square here is the same pattern paper that I used on the photo corners. So I chose a different pattern paper for these middle ones. And you can kind of choose how you want to orient the corners. if you want them all to be the same direction, like the top, or side to side, like this. I kind of think side to side looks a little bit better, but that's just for my aesthetic. And so I'll just do a couple and then we can wrap up my class. So if you haven't already, this is a final reminder to go ahead and enter the Rafflecopter, and I am going to pick a winner shortly and announce it in the live chat. If you have any questions, just let me know. And if you are catching this on the replay and you have questions, do leave your questions in the comments, and I will try to come back to the comments and look for any questions and answer them. So stay tuned. If you're not doing this step with me, then maybe you can be gathering your supplies for Beth's class. Beth is up next with some gratitude journaling. Really excited to check out her class. Let me know what you think of these Squash Book mini albums. They are really impressive just because of how big they can expand to. So I think that's a lot of fun. And I'm just going to let me just glue one of these in, and then I'll go ahead and announce the winner of the $15 gift certificate to Not Too Shabby from my workshop. And if you are the winner, then be sure to fill out the prize claim form before the deadline, and that way your gift code can be emailed to you. So that's how you would glue in your photo mat. So after class, what I'll do is glue in the rest of my photo mats, but I wanted you to just kind of see how it looks, and how easy it is to slip a photo in. And there you have it. So that is our Squash Book mini album with a ribbon closure. I want to just recap. I'll have this video on my channel if you want to see. And I do it in real time as well so that you can kind of see step by step. This is another version, same size, just a different closure. This is a hidden latch closure is what I'm calling it. If you want, I also put in my blog post with all the workshop details the alternative measurements for this small mini album, where you just need, instead of 12 sheets of pattern paper, you really just need 3 for this size album. Now, you can kind of see it doesn't have, a mat behind where you would put your photo, but you can still get a decent size photo here. That's wallet size with about 1 inch trimmed off of one end. This has a belly band closure, so that's really fun. And of course, I've got my big version if you want to use up the whole sheet, just cutting off a little bit of a border all the way along. This starts with a 12 by 12 card base, so really, really fun. Huge album. This is a really fabulous one. Great size, and because there's so much pattern paper, it's really, you don't even really need a closure. Now, the other fun thing that you can do now that you know how to make one of these is you can card to create a pop-up. Now, this has been shared out to my socials, but I actually do have a video on my channel if you want to see a tutorial on how to create this. But now that you've gone through this workshop, you know how to make this this sort of folded mechanism. And same here, just another variation that you can see. You can pop up additional elements. Okay, so those are just a couple different fun ideas for how you can take the Swashbook mini album mechanism, use it on a card, and of course, if you are following along with this size, I'll have another video showing you how to make this quilted pattern. It's also in this video, but just in case you want to see a quick video on how to use up some of your scraps, I'll have some different patterns, some different ways to tile your leftover strips just so that you can make the most out of your scraps. Thanks for checking out my class today. Congratulations if you're the winner of the Not Too Shabby $15 gift certificate. Don't forget to fill out the prize claim form. The link to that will be in the chat as well. Next up is going to be Beth's gratitude journaling class. I hope you enjoy her class. Thanks so much for checking out mine. I can't wait to see what you've made if you crafted along with me live or on the replay. Thanks again, and until next time, happy crafting and enjoy the rest of the retreat. Bye.
Hey, it's Beth. Welcome to day 2 of the Not Too Shabby's Enjoy This Life virtual retreat. I hope you've enjoyed the retreat so far, like the workshops yesterday and Lynn's workshop so far today. I have a gratitude journal for you today made from 6x6 paper. It's just a small, simple gratitude journal that you can do even if you've never made a journal before. It is a very basic journal, very easy, I promise. And it's just a matter of putting some papers together and decorating, and then you have a way to do some gratitude journaling this fall to help you get in the right mind frame for the busy season and the holidays that are coming. There is a $15 voucher that you have the opportunity to win from my workshop today. You do have to be in the live chat. The way you can enter my giveaway is to guess how many paper pads I have currently in my stash. So I have counted, and you take a guess, and whoever guesses the closest in the live chat wins the $15 voucher to the Not Too Shabby shop from me. The winner will be announced towards the end of the video in the live chat as well. So as soon as you come up with your answer, make sure you post it. And you can enter in, like, there's 2 other workshops after mine. So if you're just joining us now for my workshop, You can enter in the other 2 videos as well, because each is a separate giveaway. So you have multiple chances to win if you are live on multiple workshops. So just keep that in mind. And I also want to point out that this is a pre-recorded video, but I will be down in the live chat. So if at any point you have any questions on any of the steps I'm doing or the products or whatever, please be sure to ask those, and I will be in that live chat and can answer and help you out. Otherwise, I hope you guys enjoy this project, and I hope that if you are new to creating journals, that hope it will take away some of the fears that may have been preventing you from trying a journal before. One question you might be asking is, why journal? It is a way to focus on the positivity in your life. So whenever, a lot of people do it in the fall, like in November, the 30 days of gratefulness or 30 days of gratitude. So for each day of November, they write or journal about something that is positive in their life. And it's just a way to get your mind in a good place, because you're focusing on the positive. A lot of times we want to focus on the negative, like, oh my gosh, it's been an awful day. And, just you focus on the things that have gone wrong. So it's just a way, kind of little exercise. It can be quick. It can be as detailed as you want. Just a way to help you focus on the things that are going well. So for our gratitude journals today, the products I'm using, and if you don't have, I'm using products from the workshop kit. If you don't have the kit, you can work with any 6x6 papers and embellishments that you have already in your stash. But I am using the Fall Life paper from the Fall Life Plaids, which was the free gift if you ordered the kit early on. I'm using the Fall Life 6x6 as well, the beautiful floral patterns. I have the Fall Life stamp set that I will be using, and the ephemera that goes with the Fall Life. I'll be using a bunch of items from here. I will also probably be using the Enjoy This Life die, and then just some ribbon from my stash, some embroidery floss that coordinates with the papers. And then I've also pulled, and this, you can use any type of filler paper that you want, but I have some filler papers that I will use to fill the journal. I have a mix of lined and kind of graph and then plain copy paper, but this is kind of what the bulk of our journal pages are going to be. So again, you can use any type of paper that you want, anything you have in your stash. Basic copy paper works really well. So those are the products I will be using. As far as other supplies go, I have a corner rounder, a trimmer, a stylus for some scoring, and then bone folder. And then I have this journal, or kind of, it is kind of like a bookbinding kit, a basic bookbinding kit, but a needle that will sew through paper, an awl, AWL, that will poke the holes for the journal. You can also use a paper, like a piercing tool. And then I only have, this is wax thread, I only have this kind of tan color, so that's why I'm bringing in some embroidery floss. So if you have a wax thread already in your stash that works well with the journal you're making, you can feel free to use that. Otherwise, if you have embroidery floss, that works just as well. I will also be using some ink and some glue, and I think that's everything. Now it's just a matter of getting started. So I've cleared off my workspace so that we can get started, but I do want to show you some examples of what it is that we are going to be making. So again, just a very simple journal, and You can see this is the filler paper I was talking about. So this is where you can do a lot of your writing. So choose the type of paper, that you like best. And then we're also going to be using some pattern paper inserts throughout the journal as well, and then do some decorating in the journal. So that's one journal. Here is another example. Very similar, just kind of some different embellishments and items throughout the journal. So those are the journals. So the first thing that we need is to go through our papers and pick 4 sheets of 6x6 pattern paper, 2 of which match. So you need 2 of the same patterns. The 2 matching are going to be your cover, like you're going to glue these together to make your cover, and the 2 others are going to be inserts within your journal. So these, I have one of the fall plaids and one from the fall life for the inserts, and then these 2 sheets are both from the fall life paper. So what we are going to do first is we are going to overlap these. So I'm going to turn them so that the inside of the cover is facing up. So whatever pattern you want on the inside, face up, and keep in mind that if you have a pattern, like if it's a directional pattern that you're using, it needs to be facing up at this point. Neither side of my paper has a directional pattern, so it doesn't matter. And what we're going to do is we are going to overlap these 2 sheets. We're going to come in 2 3/4 inches from this left-hand side over here. So I'm going to use my grid mat. You can use a ruler, you can use your paper trimmer, whatever type of ruler you want to use. But we're going to come in 1, 2, and then right about here is like halfway between 2.5 and 3. So that would be our 3/4 mark. And we're going to line that up. And what I'm going to do is we're going to create a pocket on this side, on the inside. So what I'm going to do is take my wet glue and add glue at the top. Oops. And then at the bottom. And then I am going to add it along this right side over here. And so then kind of reline everything back up. Make sure it's even. And then I'm going to bring my bone folder in and do some burnishing. So by gluing at the top and the bottom, and then over here, like we've now created a pocket that we can slide things into, which we're going to kind of set this aside and let this dry for a minute. Burnish it really good because we're going to end up scoring it, so you want to make sure. And if you don't want to use wet glue, you can use like the double-sided score tape. That would work as well. You just want to use something heavy duty on the cover so that it doesn't, fall apart on you, especially if it's something you think you might be sticking in your purse or in a bag to take with you and journal when you have time. You want to make sure it's heavy duty. So also what this does by doing this overlap on the left hand side, when we fold it up, where the paper meets will be on the back side, so you won't see it on the front of your journal. So like I said, we're going to set that aside for a moment, and then we are going to take our pattern paper, or the other 2 6x6 sheets that we had, and we're just going to fold them in half. So one of these is going to end up being a pocket, and one of these will just be kind of like a normal page. So for me, this pattern is going to be my pocket. So I'm going to hide this side of the plaid. I want the green side to show because it coordinates well with the green there. This pattern, both sides will be showing. But again, we're going to fold it in half and burnish it. And then that way they are ready to put into the journal. So next, for your filler sheets, what we are going to do, I'll cut one of these with you. I've already got mine all cut, but I did want to show you that all you have to do, and I actually used I have a like more of a heavy duty guillotine trimmer like at another place in my studio, and I was able to cut down quite a few papers at the same time since the papers are thin. But all you have to do, this is 8.5 by 11 size, so your normal copy paper or notebook size paper will be 8.5 by 11. You just need to come and go to the 8-inch mark so that you're making it 8 inches by 11 inches. So this is the only thing you're going to trim off. This should be the only waste you have from your filler papers. And then you will come to the 5.5-inch mark and cut, and so you will now have two 5.5 by 8-inch sheets. So you would do all of your filler sheets that way, and then you would just take them, fold them in half. You can do them together or you can do them individually. It's up to you. And then you would fold each one in half. So your filler sheets are going to be smaller than the journal cover. So you can see that, and maybe let's do the darker one. You can see here that once we fold our filler sheets in half, they don't come all the way to the end of our journal, and that's good because once you start filling up the journal and it gets thicker, then you want to make sure that you have room for, you know, if your journal gets really thick, that you still have a little margin on the cover to make sure you're still covering all of the inside filler pages. So that's what you're going to do to all of your sheets. And then once you have all of your filler sheets cut down, you can arrange them however you wish. I have 4 sheets of this. It's graph on one side, lined on the other. And then I have 6 sheets of just plain white copy paper. And so what I think I will do is I will do the lined 2 sheets of white, and then we'll come in with a graph, 2 sheets of white, 2 sheets of the lined, or maybe this time we'll alternate. We'll do the lined and the graph and the, if I can open it, the white, and then the lined, and the white. So now it's like you have a little booklet put together and ready to go. And so what will happen is where the center of your folded papers are, if I can find the center, the One that's going to make a pocket is going to be in the center of your journal. And you're going to have some space on the top and bottom because your filler paper is a little shorter. We cut it to 5.5, and remember our pattern paper was 6 inches tall. And then you can choose where you want the other pattern paper insert or inserts, if you decided to cut more, to go. I'm going to come back a little bit. Maybe we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go between these. And so this is the meat of our journal. So now we're going to set that aside and we're going to come back to our cover because hopefully it's dry and ready to be scored. If you have a scoreboard, you can use a scoreboard for this. I just decided to go ahead and bring out my trimmer because most likely most of you have a trimmer, but you may not all have a scoreboard. And so we're going to score at 4 3/8 inches in. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we're going to go to the 1/8 inch marks. So it's kind of like the longer mark that's in between 4 1/4 and 4 1/2 is where we're going to score. So I am going to line my right edge up at that 4 3/8 inch mark. And then instead of putting my trimmer like blade down, I'm going to use the groove here in my trimmer and my embossing tool and just create a fold or a groove in the paper and score it, and that will help us. It'll make it easier to fold. So then at this point, it might be a little tough to fold because you are folding 2 layers of paper here in the center, but you just want to burnish it down. And so here we have our cover, and it does have a pocket. And depending on how you've glued it, like sometimes it does have like a little curling effect here, but it ends up being okay in the end. So if you would like to, if you want to laminate it at this point, you can. You may lose the pocket unless you are able to create a slit in your laminated cover. Otherwise, you can keep it like this. You can round the corners if you choose. I kind of like to round the corners just because I think it makes it a little neater. I'm using the We Are Memory Keepers corner rounder, and I'm going to use the 1/2 inch side. And I'm able to do both sides of the cover with this because it is heavy duty. And then if you take your inserts and your filler paper, you can see that now it's created a little book. So at this point, the fun begins because now we can start to decorate. You want to do any of your, I guess, heaviest decorating before you bind the journal, just so that you can kind of take things out and move it around if you're going to stamp on things and whatnot. So we're going to do that part before we sew it up. Depending on how you want to decorate the cover of your journal, I've got 2 examples here. In this case, I used the Enjoy This Life die and the mat to create the title, and then I used 2 of the ephemera pieces to kind of go behind it, just to kind of give it a little bit more weight. And then here I took a bunch of the ephemera pieces, the door, the girl, the enjoy this life. So the enjoy this life is kind of like my title, my cover title. And then I've got decoration, and then this piece is actually, let's see if I can get it out without dropping them all here. It's right on top. There are a few pieces of this little scalloped oval that says autumn, and I just turned it over because I thought it's a good place where you could add the year if you wanted, or the month in the year, whatever, or if you want to give it the title, just so you know it's Gratitude Journal from November 2024, whatever it is that you would like to put. I just thought that was kind of a, using the ephemera, using what is provided, that you've now got a place where you can add some, I think, personalized information on the front. I think for the front, I am going to go with, I really like that, like the embroidery hoop one. I think we might use that on the front again. And in mine, I have chosen not to go with so much of a fall theme, just in case I would decide to use these anytime throughout the year. It's up to you if you want to add more of like the fall theme, using specifically fall, like pumpkins and some of the stamps that have the fall icons or the fall words. But what I have decided to go with is just kind of more of a general, so in case I don't use it in the fall, especially since I've been making several for examples and practice, then I can have more freedom as to when I want to use them throughout the year. So that is totally up to you. But I do like the girl, so I would like to incorporate one of the girls somehow. And then, you know, maybe if I want to use, maybe I want to switch these, because then this piece would also allow you to add a date if you wanted. Or you could use the little tags. You could add the year on one of the little tags. There are a lot of options. I know, the fox is cute too. This is the wreath that I used on this one. I just cut it in half so that I could layer it on the top and bottom. If you want, this is another one that you could add a year into if you'd like. The one reason I like either the die cut or the little piece here that says enjoy this life is because it, I don't know, to me it gives it a title, because it is all about positivity and finding the things in life that bring you joy or that bring happiness, or, you know, all the positives. But I think I might just leave mine just like that. I'm going to go ahead and glue them down. So did you guys have fun during the workshops yesterday? If so, let me know in the comments, and also let me know, did you learn anything new? I know there were lots of different projects offered yesterday and so far today with Lynn. So hopefully you've had some fun and maybe learned a new technique or two. You got to enjoy some crafty fun. Okay, so now that our cover is done, we can work on doing any additional embellishing that we want to do inside. I think I would like, one thing I did in this journal was I created text spots for tags, just, you know, for additional journaling if it was needed. So like I should maybe be able to do that one on there. I think this floral, that look good there. Ooh, the fox might make a nice corner tuck spot. I think maybe we could do that one there. Let's do that. And so to make the tuck spot, I'm just taking the embellishments. I'm taking my fox embellishment, and I'm putting glue only on the outside of the fox, so like the outside edge and the bottom, the outside of where I want it to be a tuck spot, if that makes sense. So we'll turn this over. So you can see I didn't put glue here on the top or on the right hand side. So now like we can still tuck something behind it, whether it be a tag or a journaling card of some kind. And then this one, to make it a tuck spot, all we would have to do is glue at the bottom. And so then you can see it becomes a tuck spot there. Then I think since we have a tuck spot on this side, a tuck spot on this side, I think this one and this one will just be purely decoration. So I want to we could do her and a tag so that it could be, maybe you could put a date. Or would I rather do her? She stands out a little bit more with the tag. So add some glue to the back. So another question for you, have you made journals before? Are you a journal maker? Is this your first time? So there's that one, and then on this side, I think we'll just do something up here in this top corner. Keep it simple. And don't forget to be making a guess as to how many paper pads I have left in my stash. For those of you that have watched me before, you know I've been working on trying to use a bunch of them up. So the question is, how many do I have left? So at this point, I am going to go ahead and round these edges as well, even though they're not going to match up with the end of our journal. I just want to be consistent with pattern paper. But I'm not going to round this one just yet. Let's see, is that where that was? And then for this one, which will end up being a pocket on the inside, I think because on this one I took the, no, it was this one. I took the Enjoy This Life die and added it on the inside. There wasn't quite enough room for the mat unless you would like turn it cockeyed. But I don't know. I think on this one I'm just going to make it decorative. So I'm going to add the door and the girl I didn't use a while ago. I love how Not Too Shabby Shop always has the girls in some form in their ephemera, and you know they always fit the theme of whatever the pad is that they go with, and I always think that they're so pretty. So we're going to use her there, and then on this one I think we'll use the little goose and we'll make her a tuck spot. So we'll just glue her at the bottom here, and now she becomes a tuck spot. So now it's up to you if you would like to take stamps and kind of embellish some of your filler pages. I know I can use Enjoy the Simple Pleasures, since I'm not going for a fall theme. Like, there's a lot of great sentiments on here. Fall's in the air. Hello, fall, and find joy in the simple pleasures. Happy fall, y'all. Give thanks. Autumn blessings. Fall. Since I am focusing more on just the anytime gratitude, I think I will use the give thanks, which I already have on my stamp block, the autumn blessings, but I'm going to cover up autumn, and then find joy in simple pleasures. And I think I will do this one first. I'm going to bring in my big memento pad. You can use whatever color ink. If you choose to do this step, you can use whatever color ink you want. I'm just using black because it's what's over here. And I do find it's easier if you pull out your sheet. Actually, I would like to do it on one of these that has kind of the margin at the top, like it's a page title. I'm going to go to the left. And also, one nice thing about doing this before you bind your journal is that if you do happen to mess up like this, you can always replace it. So I have 2 extra sheets of the filler paper that I made, so I can just replace that, because I had ink on my finger and then pressed down. So that is definitely a tip that I have learned the hard way, because then you have to work on covering up your mistake or your boo-boo, and now I don't have any more that have that up top, but that's okay. I think we're just going to come and we're going to do it on this sheet right here. So maybe you don't even need to put your sheets together before you start your journal. Maybe you just have them all folded and then you can figure it out. I tend to put mine together just so I have an idea of how I want it to go, and then kind of take them apart but keep them in order, I guess, so that I can do embellishment, but then I know where they're going to go, if that makes any sense. And then I can do give thanks on a page. Maybe we'll do give thanks back here on this one. And this time we'll go down here in the corner. And you can use your MISTI too if you have a MISTI stamp tool that helps you line up your stamps so that you don't have the boo-boos or the mistakes. That works too. And then I want to do the autumn blessings. But I want to cover up the word autumn. And there are a couple of ways to do this. Basically, you're going to mask off the word autumn if you don't want to use it. If you're doing a fall theme, then you don't have to do this part. But since I'm wanting to not do a specific fall theme, I'm just using some washi tape from my stash and am covering up autumn. So now all you're going to see is the blessings and the heart with the line. And so for this one, I'm going to bring back my little mini memento pad because I think it's easier. And I haven't stamped on the grid yet for the lined. Let's find one kind of, here we go. And just to be safe, because I'm not using my MISTI tool, I am going to do a practice stamp of it. So you can see how clean that came out. So what I did, and I will do it again since I did my practice stamp, is I just took some washi tape, covered up the word autumn or whatever part of a stamp that you're wanting to mask. I put the sticky side to the stamp, and then I inked my stamp up, and I'm focusing on inking the parts that I'm wanting to stamp, but you're going to get ink on the part you have masked as well, which is why you have the washi tape. And then you can stamp, and it comes out just the blessings. Okay, so I think that is all. Maybe, see, there are some icons that I could use, like leaves. Oh, here's a mushroom. Here's some leaves. And a little coffee. So I might add those too real quick. One way, there's different ways you can do this. You can just add them on different pages as embellishments, or you can come in and create, like, maybe on the same page, like this would be find the joy in simple pleasures, and you're going to list, maybe every day you're going to try and list 3 things, 3 positive things. And so these can be kind of your markers for those things that you want to list. So we can use the leaf, the mug, and the mushroom. And I'm going to use this big old stamp block for the little bitty mushroom. And I think, well, I'll show you a couple different ways here. Like we'll do a mushroom. And then maybe on this one, we'll do all 3. So you have the mushroom, the mug, and then the leaf. And I wanted to do the leaf down here in the corner just because the curve fit really well. But then you can also add the stamps elsewhere individually. So maybe here we just do the mug. And then back here, end up being the back of one, the second side of one we already did. We do the leaf. So you can do as much or as little stamping as you want. You don't have to stamp. It's just kind of a fun way to add some decoration to your pages. So at this point, once you have all of your decorating done, we are ready to bind the journal. So this was always the scariest part for me, and I will admit it is probably my least favorite part. My favorite part is putting the pretty papers together to make the journal. My least favorite part is sewing it up. But I have a love-hate relationship with sewing anyway, so it's not related specifically to the journals. So what I am going to do, it is helpful if you have clips, binder clips, paper clips, clothespins, anything that you might have nearby that you can hold your journal together. It's helpful. It's not necessarily required, but it is helpful. So I just have 2 paper clips here, and I am just going to put them in. You want to make sure before you do that your journal, everything is facing the right direction. I have also sewn my journal, like the inside in upside down, or the inside was right, the cover was upside down. And so now we need our needle, whatever you're poking your holes with, and then your thread or floss, whatever it is that you are going to sew with. As far as making the holes, like I have a self-healing mat here too. This mat is also probably self-healing, but I don't necessarily go straight down anyway. It's just kind of for extra protection. But looking at the top of your journal, I want to make sure that I'm going to come down about a 1/2 inch into where the filler paper starts. So if you want to measure, like maybe you come in, let's use inches and not centimeters. So maybe you just want to come in 1 inch from the top. You can mark it with a pencil first if you want. I'm not especially worried about being precise. And then 1 inch from the bottom. And I'm just poking like where it folds. I'm putting my piercer tool, my awl right there, and you can see that it's going to come up in that crease. And then you want to come in the center, and you're going to do the same thing. Poke right where the crease is, kind of fold it in, and then it comes up through the center. And now you have 3 holes. One reason we come down 1 inch is because you want to make sure you're getting your filler paper, which is shorter than the inserts and the cover, that you're also getting those so that they will be sewn in all 3 places, the top, bottom, and the middle. So you're going to take your needle. I'm just going to find a needle here. I'm going to go with one of the smaller ones. But you want to make sure the eye of the needle is big enough to fit whatever thread or floss you are using. And so for the floss, I'm using the full 6 strands, just so it's nice and full. And I like to go at least 2 lengths of the journal to find like the length that you'll need to sew. And then let's see if I can get my needle threaded. You can't see my tongue sticking out. There we go, trying to get it through. So needle is threaded. And so now we're going to come in. We can get the mat out of the way. I'm going to start in the middle hole from the inside of the journal. So I'm going from the inside to the out in the middle. And you want to make sure that you have a tail here in the middle because we're going to tie it off in the end. And then, so now our thread and our needle are on the outside of the journal. We're going to come to the top hole from the outside and go to the inside. So can you see? We are now going from outside in at the top. And so you can see right here that thread. And so now we're going to go all the way down to that bottom hole from the inside, poke it through to the outside, pull it through, and then this is the hardest part, is just going back through that middle hole, especially if you have a thick journal, because you're going through the same hole that you came out through on the very first. And you want to flip it to the inside and make sure that you are, you see the tail, the original tail is on the right side of the journal, and you want to pull your new thread through on the other side. And then this will help us to tie it off. So then if you pull it tight, you should be able to get rid of your needle. You can see that you have 2 strands coming up on the outside. And then from here, just pull it as tight as you can. And then you're just going to tie. I like to double knot just to make sure it's going to stay secure. And then you can trim these off. So there you go. That was sewing the journal together. Hopefully that wasn't too hard. This is just a basic binding stitch. And so now what we're going to do, some people like to leave it open and see the thread. I am kind of a more clean lined person, I guess. Clean lined journal person, however you want to say that. So I like to make this part a pocket. And so what I would do is I'm going to take my glue, whether you're using wet glue or your double-sided tape. Just make sure it's strong, and you want to add glue just to both ends. And you don't even have to make this a pocket. You could glue the whole thing together and just make it a page insert in the center. The pocket is totally up to you. I always like to do the pocket because then you can put a tag in there and it's just like a little fun hidden journaling. So what we'll do here is, if you have those clips, you can put them on here and let all of that dry. And that's the basis of our journal. So you can be done here if you want. And I totally forgot my extra insert here. So this insert should have been in there. This is the fun of live, real-time crafting. I am crafting along with you, and I forgot to put my other insert in. But you could be done here if you wanted. Like that's, I kind of stopped. I did not put anything on the out, like a band on the outside. This one I just used some elastic seam binding and tied a knot, and it kind of holds it closed. So if you'd like it to be closed or contained more, you can do that. You can use your ribbon and feed it through your thread here on the spine. You can feed it through like that. And you want to leave a little bit of leeway so that once you tie your knot, you can still slide, unless you want to tie and untie a bow every time, you could tie a knot, like leave some room, but tie a knot, and then, you know, it'll hold it close, but then you can also slip it up and off and open whenever you want to do your journaling. Additional steps you could do is create tags. So I took some additional patterned paper and some white cardstock and made some tags to put into the pocket. Something else that you could put in the front pocket, I do have a free gratitude journal prompt list that will be linked in the live chat comments, and then it'll also be linked in, if you're watching the replay, it'll also be linked either in the comments or the descriptions. I'm not sure exactly how that will play out, but it will be linked. And there are 30 journal prompts. So some things you could do with your journal is just you could just write down, you can either have a specific number of things that you want to, of good things that you want to find about each day, or if you just want to say like, all right, so today there were 3 good things that I know that happened. Yesterday there were 5, and that's all you would need to do. You could pick, of those good things that happened, you could pick 1 or 2 and elaborate and talk about how you felt. You know, journaling, it's all about feelings and kind of getting your thoughts on paper. And if you want to take it even a step further, you can use these journal prompts. There are things that, like question, what brings you comfort? So you're talking, it's still positivity. They're all positivity based. They're all, you know, based on gratitude and good things in your life. But like, what brings you comfort right now? Talk about that. What do you love? Describe what you love most about where you live. What do you love most about this time of year? Name something beautiful you've seen lately. What's something that you've taken for granted? What are some acts of kindness that you've witnessed recently, whether someone was kind to you or you witnessed someone being kind to others? Do you have a favorite song right now? Why? So it's just things like that, you know, if you want to add more thought and emotion into your journal, you can use those prompts. And if you don't want to create the extra tags, you print out the journal prompts. You can fold these up and stick them in that pocket on the inside. Close it up, and then you are ready to journal. Something else that I did, I took one of the pattern paper sheets, and I cut it down to 3.5 by 5. So this is like an index card, a 3.5 by 5 index card. And I just took some white cardstock and applied it, and then took a strip of the same pattern paper, cut it at an angle, and then decorated one side of it. And 3.5 by 5 fits perfect if you did the pocket here in the center. And then this tag was, I think, 3.5 by 5. So 3.5 by 5 as well. Punched a hole and then added some ribbons that coordinated. I've got some white cardstock on this side. You can see the pattern paper on the other side. For the tuck spots, I just took some scrap white cardstock that I had and used those as tuck spots for, or use those to stick behind in the tuck spots that we created. I had scraps left from experimenting, and so something else that I did with scraps was added them to some of the filler pages. And I also took some of the scraps, an ephemera, and a paper clip, and just created a hidden paper clip, so it became a bookmark. So these are some additional like bonus things that you want to do. This one, I actually added angles to the corners of my scrap white cardstock and to create the actual tag look. So this journal, it can be as simple or as elaborate as you would like it to be. It's just about what you're comfortable with, what will make you happy, what will bring you joy, since this is about positivity and being joyful and thankful. But again, please make sure you've left your guess for the giveaway. How many paper pads do you think I still have left in my stash? And then also be sure, I believe Letty and Alicia. So Letty is Party Planner Papery and Alicia is Call Me Crafty Owl. They are up next. So please be sure, like, you can check them out. And I think that is it. I thank you guys for watching today. I hope you learned something new, and that if you are new to journaling or new to journal making, that I took away some of the fears that might have been holding you back from trying it. They really can be simple, if that is what, I mean, again, it's just like any other paper crafting. It can be as simple or as elaborate as you want. You just need to make sure you are doing what you need. So if you have any questions, please leave them in the chat below, and I will be sure to get back to you and answer them. If you're watching on the replay, please be sure to leave any questions you have in the comments, and I can answer those for you as well. But I hope you guys have enjoyed this fun, crafty virtual retreat with Not Too Shabby, and had some fun doing some weekend crafting, learning new techniques, and seeing all kinds of different projects and inspiration. But as for me, as always, I thank you so very much for your time, and I hope you all have a very crafty day.
Welcome everyone. So my name is Letty and I am Party Planner Papery across all social media platforms. I am going to be your next instructor for the next class during this Not Too Shabby fall retreat, virtual fall retreat. So today for my class, I am going to be teaching a gift card holder tutorial. This is a super quick and easy and really fun tutorial to make gift card holders. I have done this project on my YouTube channel in the past. However, have changed the dimensions quite a bit. And one of the perks of this little tutorial is that it's a no scrap template. That means that we will use multiple sheets of 6x6 paper, but we will not have any scraps left over at all at the completion of this project. This is one of those that you could easily smash through a paper pad very easily and make a ton of these. I'm going to jump in. I have 3 different designs that I'm going to show you today. And so it's all the same foundation, the same base of the gift card holder. But I am going to show you 3 different ways that you can sort of seal or close up, make a closure for this one gift card holder. And so the general gift card holder is sort of like a mini slimline size. It's about 3 by 6. It's slightly larger, but that's the general like dimension of it. And so I have, again, 3 different closures. The very first closure, which is the main one, and I think this is one of my favorites, is a Velcro closure. So you basically add a Velcro dot, and that will help close out your gift card holder. Now this one is a pop-up gift card holder. So what that means is whenever you open up the actual gift card holder, the gift card mechanism will pop up at you. And so you'll see here, I have the Not Too Shabby business card here, but basically you would put in the gift card holder and it would basically pop up, as opposed to, say, for instance, a card that has like a gift card holder that you slide in on the side. This one actually does have that pop-up mechanism. So I'm absolutely loving this project. I was able to use lots of the stamped images from this Enjoy This Life fall retreat bundle. So I am very much loving the images. I was able to bring in, of course, all of the different pattern papers. I did use some of the ephemera pieces. I've got lots of examples here to show you, but again, this is going to be 3 different versions of this same project. And I'm going to show you in the next hour or so, I'm going to show you how to cut your paper down for your foundation, for your actual gift card holder itself. We'll talk about some different decoration options. And again, we'll show you 3 different ways that you can close this pop-up gift card holder. I'll also give you some different ideas of what you could put on the inside with regards to like a to from label. There's just so much fun, so many different things you could do with this project. This is why this is one of my favorite things to make, which is gift card holders, one of my absolute favorite things to make. So I'm super excited to be able to come with you today and show you how easy and quick and really, efficient this project is from a supply standpoint, because you really will only use 3 sheets of your 6 by 6 paper. So if you were not able to catch my prep video, I already have all of my items ready to go, already cut down. I showed in that prep video how to cut this down, but I will take the time today really quickly to show you how to cut down your base as well as all of your 3 pages as well, okay? Now, before we go further into the actual tutorial, let me show you the other 2 closure options. So the second option that you have is to do just like a ribbon closure. This is just sort of like a seam binding. And so what I did was I added an eyelet on the top cover flap, and then I added about 24 inches of this little like seam binding fabric, and it still has the same pop-up mechanism, so nothing really changes on the inside. It's just your closure that's going to be changing for this one. So again, this one has where you can actually add the fabric or the seam binding or ribbon or twine, and then you add an eyelet, and then you're able to just tie a bow with your actual fabric here, or your fiber, and that's what will help close out this specific gift card holder. Okay, so that's the second option. Now, your third option is to do a belly band. And so again, in the prep video, I showed you where you'd be able to use your scrap whenever you cut down your card base or your foundation here, this craft cardstock. We're gonna cut it down to a specific dimension. There's a scrap that's left over on this page, and we're gonna use that scrap to make this. So it's really a great utilization of your supplies. Again, on the inside, the pop-up mechanism, everything is exactly the same. The only difference is, again, how you close this up. And again, I will show you all 3 ways in this tutorial. So we're going to spend the bulk of the time making the actual gift card holder, but then at the very end, I'll also show you how to make all 3 of these different closures, again, using the supplies that we have here or some of the scraps from this project itself. So 3 different ways. We're going to do a gift card holder 3 different ways. It's the same foundation, but 3 different closures. I will also be getting into some giveaway information later on in the video and throughout the video. I'm going to try to make this as interactive as I can. So the very first thing I want to do before we jump in at all is I want to know, what have you thought about the retreat so far? If you are having a good time, drop a heart emoji down in the comment in the live chat. So go ahead and drop a heart emoji if you are having a blast, if you're enjoying. Give some love to the instructors. I feel like they're going to do a fantastic job. I think it's going to be so exciting and so fun, and I personally can't wait to fully jump in, and I'm super excited for you to be able to see this tutorial as well. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on. So I'm going to go ahead and put the supplies to the side for right now, because we're going to be doing some paper cutting, and we're going to dive into this specific project right here. Okay, so I mentioned that I've already cut my paper, but I'm going to go ahead and show you how to cut yours down. What you're going to want to do for this project is you're going to want to pull out 3 sheets of 6x6 double-sided paper, okay? So 3 sheets of 6x6. So go ahead and take a second, take them out of your paper pads. Of course, you've got 2 different options. You've got, from this retreat bundle, you have the Fall Life paper pad, which has these absolutely stunning floral and pattern paper images, lots of really fun images there, Fall Life. And then you also have the Fall Life plaids. Now, if for some reason you did not pick up this bundle or you didn't pick up the add-on, you can use any 6x6 paper that you have in your stash, or you could even cut down a 12x12 into 4 sections of 6x6, and then you'll only need 3 of them. It does help if you mix and match your patterns, because as we go through on this little gift card holder, you're gonna really want to kind of change up your patterns. I feel like that's what makes it super fun, is having different patterns in the different sections of the actual holder itself. Now, there is one section that I'm going to use the same pattern for the front and the back, and that's just because that's the actual like outside display. That's what the recipient would actually see of our gift card holder. So again, we're going to be choosing 3 different pattern papers of 6x6. I'm choosing 1 pattern paper that's going to be for the front and the back main sections, okay? And then I'm going to use a coordinating sheet that's going to kind of coordinate with that front cover, and that same sheet is going to be cut down into 3 sections. We're going to cut this top cover, we're going to cut the inside flap, so the front flap, the back flap, and then we're also going to be cutting these little 1-inch strips that are right here that go on the pop-up mechanism. We're going to use the same sheet for all 3 of those little sections. So we have 1 sheet for the outside cover, 1 sheet for all of the flaps and the pop-up, and then you have 1 sheet for the 2 inside sections. Now, because we're using double-sided paper, you can get 1 sheet, cut it in half, and then you'll be able to flip it and use the gorgeous different patterns that come on these papers, okay? So 3 sheets, go ahead and pull them out from your paper pad if you haven't already. And then we'll go ahead and jump into the cutting in just a second. The next thing you're also going to need is 1 sheet of 8.5 by 11 cardstock. And so I'm using a craft cardstock. This one is from Michaels. It's the Recollections brand. You could use any different kind of cardstock that you want, that you have in your stash. I do recommend at least using a 65-pound cardstock, just so it's a little bit sturdy. But honestly, you're going to be layering up pretty heavily. Each side is basically going to get 2 layers. And so it will end up being pretty thick after your project is complete. So 65-pound is definitely okay for this project. Okay, so let me take out my paper trimmer and we will go ahead and cut down our papers. Okay, so I'm first going to cut the large 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper, which is our foundation. I'm going to cut this first just because I'm going to be using my big trimmer for this, and this is the only thing that I'm going to cut with my big trimmer, okay? So what we're going to do is you're going to want to put the sheet upright on, and you're going to be cutting on the shorter side, which is the 8.5-inch side, and you're going to have the 11-inch side going upright, up and down, okay? So we're going to go ahead and cut at 6 1/4 on the 8.5-inch side, okay? So 6 1/4 on the 8.5-inch side. Now, this is going to be your little scrap that's left over, but remember, I mentioned you're going to have a scrap and we can actually use it for our belly band, okay? So this is actually the scrap that I used to make my belly band. There's also another thing that you can use this for that I'll show you later on as we get into the project. So definitely save your scrap, because if you decide to do the belly band closure, you'll need it. Or if you decide to use it for the inside, I'll show you that as well, then you'll definitely need this as well. So set that aside, you're going to be probably using that. Okay, so now we're left with 6 1/4 by 11. Now, the one thing that I will warn you on is to double check your 11-inch side. Now, oftentimes, especially when you have these mass-produced papers, they're not always exactly true to size. I have found that this paper pack has just a sliver larger than the 11-inch, so I definitely want to cut this down to 11 inches. So just check your paper, go ahead and put it down the 11th, and you can see here I have about a 1/16 of an inch that it's over also on this sheet. So I'm going to just trim that off. And here is that sliver. So that little sliver, ironically enough, will make a huge difference because we are going to be scoring and folding, and this is the perfect length for our project. If you have any little bit extra, it could throw off some of those scores, and you will end up with your project that's a little bit uneven. So again, trim it off, get it down to exactly 11 inches. If you measure it and your paper is already exactly 11, then you're set. But if not, then just trim it off, okay? Okay, so let me move this out. I'm gonna pull out my small paper trimmer now. So to cut my 6x6 paper, I find it's just so much easier to use a small paper trimmer. And so that's why I'm taking this out. I honestly, almost every project that I craft with, I use a combination of multiple trimmers just because there's different types of cuts that you'll find are easier on a smaller trimmer as opposed to a larger one. Sometimes you have no choice but to use the larger one. But in this instance, we're using 6x6. So I feel like the smaller trimmer is going to be our best bet there. Now, we picked out our 3 patterns. And again, we wanted one for the front cover, back cover, and then one for this flap, and then one for the inside, right? So what I want to do is you have to pay very close attention to which papers you want for each of the different parts of the layout. So I definitely want to keep this same green plaid for my main front cover and back cover. So I'm going to cut that one a certain way. And then I think what I'm going to do is use this green one for my flap here. And so this is going to be cut a different way as well. So that means that this one that's left over is going to go on the inside, and it's the same cut as our covers. Okay. So let's go cut the front cover and the inside sections as well. These are all just 3x6. So these are super easy. What you're going to do is make sure that your pattern is upright, top to the top, bottom to the bottom, because we're going to be cutting a section. You're going to rotate it once. Now, both of these patterns look pretty good. I probably will want to have it maybe like this. So what we're going to do is my top is up here, right? We're going to rotate it one time where my top is now to the left-hand side, and then go ahead and cut it at 3 inches. So we have our sections that are 3 inches. These are going to be for the inside of our gift card holder. So put those aside. Now we're going to cut the cover. Okay. So again, look for your pattern. Make sure you've got it a specific way. Now it really doesn't matter any which way that I cut this one because it's just a plaid. So I'm just going to go ahead and cut it again at 3 inches. But if yours was directional, make sure your top is to the left. So that's what that looks like. So now I have 4 patterns or 4 segments, layouts, mats that are 6 inches by 3 inches high. Okay, so these are the base of our actual foundation there. Okay, now the last step is we have one more 6x6 sheet of paper. This is going to be for all of those little flaps and the pop-up mechanism. So what I want to do is, again, just check my different orientation. It really does not matter. If your orientation, if your print does have an orientation, make sure you do the top to the top and rotate it one time, just like you cut the other ones. And it's because we're cutting like this. We're cutting a slice off of the side. So go ahead and add it with the top to the left, and you're going to go ahead and cut it at 1 3/4, and you're going to cut that twice. So just like this, 1 3/4 by 6, that's one mat for the flap. You're going to cut it one more time, 1 3/4. So again, 1 3/4 by 6. And then the last little section that you have here, we're going to cut 2 sections of 1 inch to go on the inside for those pop-up mechanisms. So what we're going to do is go ahead and cut this down to 1 inch so we can get 1 by 6, just like this. Okay. And then we're going to do one more. So you see how this is a little wider than 1 inch. We're going to cut one more to get it down to 1 by 6 again. So now we have 2 sections that are 1 by 6. These are for the pop-up mechanism. And then we also have one little strip that's going to go on the inside. I'm not going to waste this. This is a no scrap template, so we're definitely going to use this. So now we have all of our pattern papers cut, as well as our foundation. So we have our foundation, and then we have our front and back cover, which are 3x6. We have our 2 inside mats that are also 3x6. And then we have our 2 flaps, and I'm gonna just probably flip one. So we've got 2 flaps that are 1 3/4 by 6. And then we've got 2 pop-up mechanism flaps that are 1 inch by 6 inches. And then we've got a little bitty scrap that we're gonna use to decorate on the inside of our gift card holder. So that is how you cut your paper. That honestly is probably some of the hardest part of this entire project. Let's go ahead and dive into the next section. So let me move this out of the way. Okay, so I had mentioned before, I already had all of my pieces cut up, so I'm gonna just shift back to my regular pieces. I just wanted to definitely take a moment to show you how to cut that paper down. And so let's go ahead and continue, okay? So what we're gonna do first is we're gonna do our scoring. So you're gonna wanna take out a large scoreboard and we're gonna score this foundation piece. Okay, so let me get out my large scoreboard. Okay, so we have our large scoreboard. Now, for this project, we're going to be doing a few different scores here, but everything will be scored on the 11-inch side of this paper. Okay, so put it on the 11-inch side. 11 is this way, and your 6 1/4 is up and down. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and score at 3 1/4. And I like to score twice, just to make sure, sometimes even 3 times, make sure I have a good score. Then you're going to do 4 1/2. Okay. And then we're going to go ahead and do 5 3/4. Okay. And then the last score is going to be at the 9-inch mark. So 9 inches. So again, just to repeat, that was 3 1/4, 4 1/2, 5 3/4, and 9 inches. Yep. So 3 1/4, 4 1/2, 5 3/4, and then 9 inches. Those are going to be your scores, okay? So that's all we need our scoreboard for. So I'm going to go ahead and move it out of the way. Okay, so let's go ahead and do our folding, okay? So here's where I'm going to show you how to fold this. So you see how you have a smaller section up at the top? That is our little flap. You see there? That's our flap. Now, you have a larger section down here, okay? We're going to start by folding this larger section first, okay? So we're going to fold this larger section up, and as you fold it, you're going to want to try to align your sides as best as you can, and that way you'll keep your foundation very straight. Okay, so, and what I mean by that is, as you fold up, make sure that you're keeping the lines on the side as straight as possible. Sometimes when we score and we fold, sometimes, at least this happens to me, I fold too fast and then it'll shift a little bit and then I'm off. And so I'm just trying to keep it as sturdy as possible, as straight as possible. So you're gonna fold that first big flap up, okay? Then you're gonna turn it around and you're gonna fold up on this next section. So we're gonna just keep flip-flopping this foundation, okay? So this is what it looks like now so far, okay? Then we're gonna go ahead and do this next one up. So we went up, down, up, okay? So we're gonna go up again. Again, keep an eye on those sides. Just try to keep it as straight as possible. That will help with your foundation. So now it looks like a W, right? Okay, so again, we folded up, and then you technically fold down for the little V there, the little upside, the W, and then you're gonna fold that next big section up, okay? So now the last step is just to go ahead and fold this top section, and because it's the flap, I'm gonna just go ahead and fold this down in. And again, keep an eye on those outside edges. We wanna make sure that we are keeping it very straight. Okay. So here is what your overall foundation should look like. It should look like a W with a little flap over here on the right-hand side. That's what it should look like, okay? So just to reiterate, you're gonna start with the larger section, fold it up, and then you're gonna fold down on the next crease, then you're gonna fold up on the next crease, and then this flap, you're actually gonna fold down this way, okay? So again, it'll look like a W with a little, wing over here on the right-hand side. Okay, so that's the first section. Now, for this foundation, there's a couple things we're going to do before we start kind of diving into the paper piece part. So you see how you have your fold line, and this little flap right here is going almost all the way to that score line, right? Where we folded it. Now, you're gonna wanna just trim off just a tiny hair off of that, because when you try to close it, do you hear that where it's rubbing into it? It's gonna prevent you from having this a really easy closure if you don't cut just a slither off of this edge. So you basically want it to look just slightly under. Let me show you. You see how I have my fold line, and then my paper, I don't know if you can tell because it's a little bit hard to tell because I'm using craft, but it's right under it, okay? So I'm gonna just take out my little small paper trimmer one more time. And here's how we fix that, okay? So you take that little section, you see how it looks like where it's pretty much on the line? What we're gonna do is put that side on your paper trimmer and just cut off a slither. And so you basically wanna cut off like a 1/16 section. I mean, I don't even think I did that. I cut off very, very little. Let me check it again. And you just keep checking it until you get it where you want it. I can see where this section, I need to cut off just a tiny bit more. This one's not so bad, but whenever I fold it, it does give a little bit of give. And so I'm gonna just cut it one more time, do another little slice off of that corner. And you just basically keep slicing just like that until you see a good little section here. So see, like this section looks good, but this one's still a little too close. So I'm just gonna, again, take off just a tiny bit, and I'm gonna focus on cutting it from that side primarily. Okay, that looks pretty good. You see how you can see the fold line and it's right above it now, and you hear how it doesn't give me any kind of give. I'm able to fold that flap very easily without any issues. It's doing that because it's kind of sticking out, but I'm able to fold it without any issues at all. That's what you want, okay? So just keep trimming until you get it to where it's just under the score line. I don't know if I can show you there. It's kind of hard to see, but it's literally right under, and it's about a 1/16 inch, maybe slightly less. And just keep going until you basically have everything ready with your foundation, okay? Okay, so let me move out this small paper trimmer. We are done with it for now. Okay, so our foundation is basically done here. Now we're gonna be doing a little more work with it, but what I want to do also is I want to round these two corners of my small flap, okay? So this is optional, by the way, you don't need to do this, but I personally like the look of the rounded corner on the flap. If you didn't do that, the flap would just be very straight like a rectangle, okay? And you'd have little points right here. I like the rounded section, so this is the point where I'm gonna go ahead and round it, so that way it makes it very easy for me to see which one is my flap, okay? So I'm gonna take out my corner rounder, and there's lots of different rounders out in the market right now. You can use a small one like this, you can use a big corner chomper like this. It really does not matter. The corner chomper is gonna have a 1/2 inch and a 1/4 inch. I'm gonna use the 1/2 inch on mine. That's just it's personal preference, but you can absolutely use the 1/4 inch or just whatever you have on hand. If you don't have a corner rounder, you can leave it with some, flat square corners. That's perfectly okay. This is just, again, personal preference. So totally optional, okay? But that's the We Are Memory Keepers corner chomper. Okay, so here is what our foundation looks like now that we have this little flap. You can see where it's gonna form our little gift card holder, but you're probably noticing, well, you've got an opening out here on the outside and it's closed on the inside. Okay, well, we're gonna rectify that right now. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take out our wet glue. Okay, so take out your wet glue. So I've just got some Line Co wet glue here. Now, we're gonna glue on 3 edges, and you have to use wet glue because wet glue will completely dry, as opposed to like double-sided adhesive. It actually stays wet, and you don't want your gift card to get stuck in the pocket because of that adhesive. This will actually dry. Any kind of wet glue will permanently dry. Okay, so here's what we're doing. So again, this was our little gift card holder, right? So what we're gonna do, and this is the pop-up mechanism, but it's sealed. What we're gonna do is turn it upside down. So this is basically the outside, okay? We're gonna add glue to 3 sections, and it does not matter which of the 3, you're gonna do 2 of the sides and then 1 of the outsides, okay? You're gonna not put glue on the fold, on the inside fold, okay? So you're gonna add glue on to both the top and the bottom of 1 panel, as well as that extra, like the fold on the outside, okay, but not the middle. So let me show you what I mean. And you could do either side as long as you don't touch the middle. So I'm gonna just go ahead and do this one right here, which is the one on the left. I'm gonna add glue to the top. I'm gonna add glue to the side over here along the left-hand side. And then I'm gonna add glue to the bottom as well. So that's what it looks like right there, okay? So then all you do now is press this sealed. And it's okay if you have a little bit of glue coming out. That's perfectly fine. Just kind of wipe it down as you go. You definitely want to do some pressing just to make sure that your edges are going to get completely sealed. So you just have to kind of wipe off that excess glue. That's perfectly okay. And then you just keep pressing until you kind of make sure that all of your edges, which is the bottom, outside, and then the two sides on the inside, are completely sealed. And give it a second to let it dry. So while we do that, let me go ahead and ask you a question. So thinking of fall, since we're crafting for fall, what are y'all's thoughts on pumpkin spice? Yes or no? Do you like pumpkin spice? Do you not like pumpkin spice? Do you like the idea of pumpkin spice? Drop a yes or a no for pumpkin spice down in the live chat down below. Okay, so pumpkin spice, yes or no? That's going to be our little poll for right now. Pumpkin spice, yes or no? While we wait for our glue to dry. Just keep pressing it. So if you're just joining, we're doing a poll right now. We're trying to see who likes pumpkin spice, who likes the hype, who likes it, who enjoys it, or even the idea of it, who likes the taste. It's a yes or a no. What's your vantage point, or what's your point of view for pumpkin spice, since we're doing a fall project today? Okay, so you can keep pressing until you feel like it's completely dry. You should see where it's pretty much sealed there and on the edges. That's how it should look now. So you see you don't have it open on the bottom anymore. It's completely sealed. Now, the only problem is it's sealed at the top too, right? So now we've sealed it at the bottom, but it's still sealed at the top. So what we're gonna do is take out our paper trimmer again. Did you think we were done with it? Nope. We're not. So let's take it out one more time, the little one, and we're going to go ahead and slice one little sliver off of this inside panel. Okay, so I have my paper trimmer. So you see how this is the inside, right? Because this is our flap. What we're going to do is get this side, stick it together, and we're going to point it towards the right-hand side, okay? So make sure you fold both of the front and back cover, fold it in, and have this little 1-inch piece or 1 1/4 inch piece. This needs to be folded to the right-hand side, because what we're going to do is we're going to cut just a little sliver off of this edge. So that's what it'll look like. So basically what you're doing is you're reopening that pocket, okay? So you see how now you have an actual pocket there, okay? So you could not do this before because the back was open, right? But now that the back is sealed, you can actually reopen that pocket on the inside. And so that's how you make it that pop-up mechanism, is because we have those two little segments that are popping up. We've sealed the back, and now we've opened up the front, just like that. And that is the section that you will put your gift card in whenever for your gift card holder. Okay, so that's basically the foundation. Okay, that's basically it in a nutshell. The last step is really just to decorate and then figure out what kind of closure that you want for this project. So let me move my paper trimmer and we'll dive into the decoration piece. Okay, so I want to take this time to now bring in my paper. So we're going to go ahead and use our paper now. We're going to go ahead and decorate, okay? So I'm bringing in my cut up paper, and I also have some of my additional embellishments that I've decorated or stamped and colored, okay? So if you watch the prep video, one of the recommendations I gave was to go ahead and stamp and color some images, because you just never know what you're going to need when it gets time to decorating, and you want to have lots of options. And so I also have a Pigma Micron 5 pen. And so this is going to be to do some doodle lines. This is completely optional. I'm using this because I know that it's archival ink. And so what this means is it will not fade, it will not smear, it will not like bleed. And so this gift card holder can be used multiple times without having to worry about it sort of fading and going away. And so I'm going to be using that just to do some little doodle lines. Okay. And then we also have our scrap strip here from our foundation. I'm going to save this because I'm going to show you how to do our belly band, or we might use it for the inside depending on as far as our little to from label. Okay, so I'm going to just put that aside, but we're going to keep that for now. So we have all of our pattern paper here already cut up in a nice little stack, right? So we have two 3x6s that are going to be our front, back, and cover. And then we also have two 3x6s that are going to be the insides, okay? Then remember, we had those two segments that were 1 3/4 by 6. That's going to be our flap, front and back. Then we've got our two 1-inch pieces, and that's going to be the pop-up mechanism, okay? And then we have this one little scrap, and what we're going to use this for is to decorate on the inside. So we're going to be using that little piece as well, okay? So those are all of your pieces. Go ahead and have them laid out, okay? So the very first step that I like to do whenever I'm going to be gluing down is I like to glue down the pieces that I know for certain have to go in a specific spot. So for me, that's the outside, front and back cover, as well as the flap. Like those are the pieces that I know for sure I want to have them a certain way because I purposely chose pattern papers for those areas. So we're going to glue those first, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with the easiest one for me, which is the front and back cover, because they're both the same pattern. So I'm going to go ahead and glue these down. So what you do is you just add glue, and then you glue one to this front section, and then you're going to go and turn and add glue to the back section as well. So go ahead and take out your front and back cover that you've set aside for this part of the project, and we're going to go ahead and just glue them down. And you could use any type of adhesive in this part of the project. I'm going to go ahead and use wet glue because that's what I have on my desk right now for this project, but you could use any type of adhesive. Okay, so let me just go ahead and add my glue. And while we're doing this, everybody can go ahead and glue this piece, but drop a comment in the chat. Let us know, what is your absolute favorite season or holiday to craft for? So what is your absolute favorite season? Is it fall? Is it Christmas? Is it, just the winter holidays? Is it Halloween? Is it just kind of in general birthdays, New Year's, Easter? What is your favorite holiday to craft for? And let us just drop that holiday or season or reason in the chat down below while you glue these sides. So just let us know that. I think for me, my absolute favorite holiday to craft is Christmas. And so I made the conscious decision to go ahead and craft Christmas all year around. I made that decision a couple of years ago. And so what I used to do was put up my Christmas crafting supplies, and then I would take them out sometime in the fall. But what I found was that I just never had enough time to get all of the Christmas crafting out of my system. Everything that I wanted to do, I never had enough time to do it. And so allowing me to just craft all year round has just been so nice. And so if there's a holiday that you enjoy crafting, I definitely encourage you to craft, keep those types of supplies out. Don't limit yourself just because that's what the norm is. Again, I do Christmas crafting all year around. So let us know in that comment in the chat down below, what is your favorite season, reason, holiday, time of year, month, whatever. When's your favorite time to craft during the year? So this is what my front and back panel will look like. Okay. So next we're going to go ahead and take the little flap papers because I know exactly where those are going to be going, right? So let me go ahead and get my corner rounder because we're going to need that so we can round our paper the same way that our flap foundation is rounded as well. Okay, so I have my corner rounder. Now let me show you. So you're going to choose which pattern you want on the front because it will make a difference how you corner round, because one of the flaps has the corners at the bottom, which is the front, and the inside has the corners on the top. Now, if your paper is non-directional, kind of like this one, it really doesn't matter. But for my front pattern, it really isn't actually, now looking at it, it really isn't, but there is a certain way that I want to corner round, which I want it to have it this way with these pumpkins right in the center, facing upright. So what I want to do is, since this is going to go on my cover, okay, again, we're going to be corner rounding these two edges. And that's one of the reasons why I like to corner round my foundation right away, because it helps as a guide for me know which corners I'm going to be rounding throughout the entire project. So what I'm going to do is just round these bottom two corners, because this is going to be my front flap. Okay. Once you have that, you can go ahead and glue it down before you get confused with the second piece. Let's just go ahead and glue this down so we don't mess up. Okay. So let me go ahead and just take my glue and add our glue and go ahead and glue it down. So this is such an easy project, I feel. This is definitely one that any level of crafter could do. And so I hope that you do enjoy this one specific project and you're able to turn it into gift card holders for any season, any reason. Perhaps any of those seasons that you just referenced down in the chat below, whether that was birthday or Christmas or fall or Halloween, you really could turn this project perfectly into a gift card holder for that specific season, reason, or holiday as well. So that's what our little front cover is going to look like now. Okay. So now I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing, but for the inside flap. Since again, I have this one purposed specifically for this section, it's not going to go anywhere else. So I'm going to go ahead and glue this down now. So the next thing is I need to corner round these corners as well, right? And so I'm going to just corner around the two top, and it really doesn't matter which way I do it. So I'm just going to pick two and go ahead and round it, because this one did not have a specific pattern. And then we're going to go ahead and glue that one down as well. So super easy. While we are gluing, let me know in the chat down below, what is your absolute favorite item, like crafty item to use? What is your absolute favorite crafty item that you could not live without? What is that one crafty tool or that crafty item that you just absolutely love, that's your favorite compared to all other items? So is it paper? Is it stamps? Is it stickers? Is it, markers? Is it cardstock? Is it, what's your absolute favorite? Embellishments, punches, dies? Let me know in the comments down below. Okay, so next I'm going to go ahead and glue these two little 1-inch strips into the middle section right here, and just sort of evenly kind of lay it out to where I have an even border all the way around. Now, because these are double-sided, you get to pick and choose which patterns you want. So if before you glue it, if you'd want to, you also could lay out which patterns are going to go where. And that way you have an idea of what the inside is going to look like, whether you want this pattern or you want this pattern. So both of my patterns are a little bit busy, and I feel that it's just a little too busy if I have this one. You see that? It would still look beautiful, but I think it's just a tiny bit busy, especially with this bottom one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the reverse side, and I'm just going to match it to that front flap, because I feel that just gives it a little bit more balance. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and glue both of these, and you are going to glue one to the front and one to the back. So I'm going to move these two mats real quick, and we're going to glue these two down. So I think my absolute favorite crafty supply is paper. I've thought about it, and I love ephemera. I think ephemera makes every single project just 10 times easier than what it has to be. But I could not live without the paper, the pattern paper. So for me, it would absolutely be pattern paper, because even if I did not have ephemera or anything else, I'm sure I could make something, pretty much anything, with just having that pattern paper. So for me, my absolute favorite crafty supply is patterned paper. And I think if I had to choose, it would be, as far as what size, 6x6 would be my absolute favorite. And I know it's small and sometimes it can be limiting, but I just find that it's so much easier to craft with. You can make, your projects, it's not as daunting, I feel, as 12x12. I do use a good amount of 12x12, but I just find 6x6 to be just a little bit easier to, regularly use up. I like to smash pads, and so it's just a lot quicker to smash the pad too. So definitely paper would be my thing, and 6x6 would be my specific preference. Okay, so that's what our two little flaps are going to look like now. And again, this is already open. This this open pop-up mechanism. The next step is you're just gonna glue down your last two pattern papers. And so you get to pick and choose. This is double-sided paper, kind of pick and choose where you want everything to lie. And so one thing I will kind of show you on the insides of my other ones, I do cover up a big portion of the bottom mat with a white piece of cardstock. So there are a couple of things that I keep in mind. I usually want a little bit of a smaller pattern on the bottom because again, I want it to be able to show and sort of make sense. You see how here it's sort of cutting up that pattern, but whereas with this one, you would really be able to see those flowers really easily. The other reason why I'm actually using a little bit of a darker pattern on the bottom is because I want this white box to pop. If I was to lay it on white, you see like right here, it kind of blends a little bit. And so I personally like the darker pattern at the bottom. Plus, in this instance, it's gonna give a little bit of contrast from this flap. So we've got this sort of purpley color, and then we'll have a white, and then we'll see the purpley color again at the bottom. So go ahead and glue down your inside mats in your gift card holder. Okay, so while we glue, let's do another little chit chat. So let's do just a question. So how long have you been crafting? Drop the amount of time in the live chat. So have you been crafting for a few months, for a few years, a specific number of years, for decades? Let me know, let us all know in the chat down below, how long have you been crafting? And for some, I know some people have crafted all their life. It was something that they picked up when they were small, younger. Some just kind of picked it up kind of later in life. There is no wrong answer, of course. If it brings you joy, I think, all the more reason to do it, right? But I think that, I'm actually one who was very much into all of the crafty stuff when I was young. I loved stickers. I loved paper, stationery. Sanrio was my absolute favorite store at the mall. And so I was sort of a paper crafter lover without even realizing that there was a whole community of paper crafting. And so I did not actually start paper crafting or crafting until I was already an adult. And just recently, like in the last several years, is when I actually started crafting. So I would say it's probably been, I don't even know, maybe like anywhere from somewhere between 5 and 7 years is what it's been for me. So it hasn't been that long. No, I think it's been since around 2017. So I think that's around when I started paper crafting. But again, it was the crafty stuff was always something that I absolutely loved. I just didn't realize that I liked paper crafting. I didn't realize that was something, if you liked stickers and planners and, paper, that's what it was called. I didn't realize until, way, way late in life. But here is what our foundation is going to look like. Okay, so that's our blank foundation template. Now, we're going to talk about the closures in just a second, but before we do, we're going to go ahead and decorate the inside because in all three scenarios, all three closure scenarios, it really doesn't matter. You're not going to be adjusting anything on the inside. You're really going to only adjust either the flap or literally just the outside. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and design and decorate the inside of our gift card holder. Now, before I do, let me show you again some examples of what the insides are kind of, some ideas of what you could have it turn into. So I usually will always add a to from label at the bottom. Okay. So let me open up the rest of these so you can kind of see them. I'll put a to from label at the bottom. And then I do sort of like a little message on the top. Okay. So here are these. So you see, like this one, I have a tag. So this was an actual tag that I die cut, put to and from with my Pigma Micron marker. And then I just added a piece of ephemera to embellish. I added a sentiment at the top and a couple of additional pieces of ephemera and a stamped image on that sentiment. So that's one option you have there, or just one example. Obviously you can choose whatever you want, but remember how I mentioned you can save that little scrap because you might be able to use it on the inside. You see here, that craft paper that's on the inside right there. I was able to do a border around a strip of white cardstock to sort of accent and make that white panel pop. You see that? much more so than, say, for instance, something like this where the white is really on the white. You see how it pops a little bit more. So that's a couple of options that you have if you want to do this. So this right here is about 2¼ okay? And so what I did was I did 2¼ by 4¾ I cut it down to 4¾ and my white panel was 2 inches by 4½. So that's what I did for this one right here, okay? So that's one option that you have if you want to use that little scrap. Or what you can do here as well, on this one I did about 2½ or 2¼ by 4½. And then I did a to from, and I did a doodle line all the way around, which I believe is what I'm gonna do in today's project, or in my version of it. You can do absolutely anything that you want. This is just, again, a couple of examples of how you can decorate that. So you can put a little sentiment and maybe a little cluster of either some stamped images or maybe some pieces of ephemera, decorate your top portion, and then we're gonna use a little scrap piece of paper, any size, anything that you want. You could even bring a little white die cut from your stash. We're gonna glue that at the bottom, and then we're gonna just write to and from. Now, if you do have to from stamps, you could absolutely use your stamps for that. I just didn't want to bring anything out since it wasn't already part of the retreat bundle. And so I just went ahead and hand wrote in the to from label on these, okay? And I feel like it works because this is, again, this is a handmade project. So I feel like it definitely is par for the course, right? To have a handwritten to from label on the inside of our gift card holder, okay? So basically, this is the point where you get to play. So just figure out what you want to have on the inside of your gift card holder. So I'm going to take out some stamped images that I have because I was able to use a ton of the ephemera. One thing, let me tell you too, before we get too far in, remember that little scrap strip? So here is where I actually can glue it on the inside here and kind of make it like a little anchor at the bottom and then finish gluing around on top of it. So the very first thing I'm going to do is glue this down, and then I'm going to start to layer some of my pieces of the stamped images on top and figure out my little section for the bottom here with my white scrap that I have already cut down to size. And I'm going to go ahead and add that on the inside of my panel here as well. Now, I feel like it's just a tiny bit high or wide this way. I feel like I might want to cut this down just a tiny bit more. So I think I'm going to cut this down just for a little bit of less height here. So decorate any which way you want. So yeah, I think I'm going to take this down to 2¼ because it looks like I took out a piece of scrap that was 2½. Oh yeah, much better, much better. So that's what I'll be using. Okay, so let me just go ahead and glue. So let me just, while everybody's decorating, let me go ahead and just do a couple of things I definitely want to mention. There are several giveaways that you can sign up for, okay? So there is a mega, like a huge $150 value prize bundle that's going to be a giveaway. And what you have to do is you have to enter into the Rafflecopter link that is going to be listed in the description of this video, okay? So there's a Rafflecopter link. You're going to want to sign up for that $150 bundle. Jamie put together a ton of just amazing, not too shabby items. And so there is going to be a giveaway. You sign up through that Rafflecopter link, and that link will be down in the description box below of this video. And you can sign up to see if you win for that giveaway, okay? Now, it's important that you sign up right away because that giveaway link is only going to be valid until the end of September 15th. So this retreat is the 14th and the 15th, right? And so at the end of the day, or sometime at some point on Sunday, the 15th, which is today, it will be closed at the end of today. And so if you haven't already signed up, you definitely want to make sure that you sign up at some point today so that way you can be entered to win that $150 giveaway. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my Pigma Micron pen and I'm going to just do a quick little doodle line all the way around, very similar to what I did on this one. And then I'm going to just write to and from on it. Okay, so just as a heads up so you know what I'm doing over here. Now, there's also a second giveaway. And this one's going to be a $25 gift card, also to Not Too Shabby. Okay, so this will be to Not Too Shabby Shop. It's going to be an actual gift card. And basically what you're going to want to do is, this is for anybody who is crafting along with the projects today, okay, and yesterday. And you're going to want to submit a photo, a picture of one of the projects that you made, okay? And so all of the details will be listed down in the description box below. Again, if you enter your products or the items that you made, the projects that you make, you can enter it through that second link, and it will be for a $25 giveaway to the Not Too Shabby Shop, okay? So again, all of that information will be listed down in the description box below, but I just want to give you a heads up so that way you know to go and look for it. Okay, so now I'm going to glue this to my bottom section. So we have a $150 giveaway for that prize bundle. It's a prize bundle that's worth $150. And then you have a $25 gift certificate or gift card to the Not Too Shabby Shop. And that's if you enter a different link for projects that you've done. So you're going to upload your project photos on the second link that will be listed down below. Okay. Now we will be also having a giveaway during this class. So in just a few minutes, I will be announcing what you'll need to do if you want to try to enter. We'll be doing it directly through the live chat. So keep an ear out for that. So stay tuned for that. We'll talk about that in a second. It will be a $15 gift card to one lucky winner in the chat today. So keep an ear out for that. We'll talk about that in a second. Okay, so I've already added my little label. I'm going to go ahead and figure out what I want to decorate here on top. So while we're decorating, I'm going to put up a poll here. So what is your favorite of the four following like seasons or holidays? So what's your favorite between Halloween, which is A, or B, fall Thanksgiving, or C, Christmas, or D, New Year's? Which, if you had to pick just one, which is your absolute favorite from those four like holiday seasons? What's your absolute favorite? Again, it was Halloween, fall or Thanksgiving, and then or Christmas or New Year's. Okay, so those are your options. So what is your favorite holiday of those, or seasons of those four that I just listed there? So that's our little quick poll. Just drop your comment in the chat down below while we're all decorating and having fun. I just love these little images. Are so cute from the stamp set. They're just gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. I feel like I just want to keep, I was coloring them and I couldn't stop. Like I just was coloring and coloring and coloring. It was so fun. So super fun. So I'm just going to add a couple different things. So again, that poll is, what is your favorite holiday of the four that I had listed on the screen? I'll drop it again on the screen. It was Halloween, fall or Thanksgiving, Christmas, or New Year's. Let us know, what is your absolute favorite holiday? And it can be holiday to craft, holiday in general, just, you know, what is your absolute? Maybe it's because of the time of the year. What's your favorite? So I'm just going to add, I think that's what I'm going to end up doing on mine. I do have a few extra little images here, but there's so many wonderful images. So I think I'm going to limit it to that. So I think that's more or less what I'm going to be doing on mine. So I'm going to just glue them down real quick. So I hope everyone has been enjoying the retreat so far. I hope you've done a ton of different projects. I saw the lineup of different projects that we would be making. I kind of thought that my project was probably the easiest of all of them. So I hope that you find this project very easy as well. But there's just, some amazing instructors, and I am just super excited to be a part of this retreat. So maybe drop a comment, drop another heart emoji if you have been thoroughly enjoying this retreat. Drop a heart emoji in the live chat. So when you're decorating, like right now we're decorating our little gift card holders. Do you like to decorate starting with a specific like a sentiment? Do you like to start with your images? Do you like to lay things out just like I just did? Do you just kind of go and you wing it? What's your style whenever you're decorating? Do you like to just really, put a ton of different things? You like to keep it simple? What is your decoration style whenever you're decorating anything? I can't wait to see all of y'all's gift card holders. This is such a really great project, I feel, because you can really use it for any season, any reason. And it really is like a showstopper with that little pop-up mechanism. It just pops up and it's like unexpected. The recipient is not expecting for that gift card, to pop up at them. I'm assuming they're assuming it's a card, right? But they're not really like thinking or anticipating that it's going to be some type of pop-up, gift card mechanism. So super fun. I think that's why I love it. It's just so super, super fun. I am just about done with mine. How is everybody coming along? Is everybody just about done as well? This is just such a fun little project, especially with all these really cute stamps. And even the ephemera pieces are so stunning. I used up a ton of them on just making these gift card holders. It was so, so fun. Okay, so I've already decorated mine. I'm going to give you another minute or so before we move on. In the meantime, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you some other gift card holder options that I had done as sort of my sneak peeks that I did in the last couple of months. I'll show you those real quick right now. Okay, so these are some of the gift card holders that I did. So this is a gift card holder ornament. I had done one of these projects at Christmas time about a year or so ago. I just have had a blast making these, and so I decided that I would make some fall themed ones using this retreat bundle. I think they're just so fun. You see there it has a little pocket. I did a little to from label on the back, and I just again did some doodle lines and wrote the to from in handwriting. And then I decorated these. I added a doily. I added one of those gorgeous girls from the ephemera pack. I popped it up on some foam dimensional tape, added some little like stickles to the image, added some enamel dots. I added a sentiment on a little die cut oval. And then on the second one, I added some, again, enamel dots, ephemera pieces, sentiment, and then I layered up a couple of different die cut circles. One was a circle, one was a scallop circle, very close in size. So you just have a little sliver of scallop all the way around. And then I popped it up on some foam dimensional tape. And so these were just a couple of little quick and easy designs, so super fun. So that's one project I did. And then the second project was the original, which is around a 3x4 pop-up gift card holder. So that's what this one was inspired by whenever I was trying to figure out the measurements. I used to make these quite a bit. I've been making this one for several years now, but I decided that when I was cutting down these papers, if I'm using a 6x6 paper, I would always have a lot of scraps left over. And so I was trying to think of a way that I would not have scraps. And one day it dawned on me, like, what if this was a mini slimline size? And so I tweaked it, and I did do some a little bit larger, and then I was still, trimming off because I left my paper sort of like at a 6-inch wide. And then I realized if I just make my cardstock a little bit larger, if I cut it a little bit larger, I could use up the entire 6-inch paper, and I would have basically very little scraps. And then by using that little extra piece of scrap right here as just a little sort of a little focal image to kind of break up the background, you really have no scraps at all. So I'm absolutely loving this project. But this was the original design, and it's again like about a 3x4, super small. This one has Velcro dot. Here's the pop-up mechanism. Super fun. I did not do a to and a from on this one. I just left it blank, but you see here I added that scrap. I added some sentiment and some of the ephemera pieces. Again, just really gorgeous ephemera pieces. So that was super, super fun. And then I did a second one. Here's what this one looks like. Again, Velcro dots. That pop-up mechanism every time gets you. And then you've got a little place to write, and then you've got a couple of, like an ephemera piece and a little sentiment. So super cute, I think, super fun. So this was the original, and it's about a 3x4. This new one is more of a mini slimline size. So just in case you want some additional, gift card holder ideas. Okay, so let's go ahead and proceed. So that's what my inside is looking like so far right now. The last step really is just to kind of figure out what kind of closure we want, okay? So I mentioned before, we've got 3 different closures here. We've got one that has a belly band, okay? So I'm gonna show you that in a second. We have one that has a Velcro dot, okay? Which is what I'm gonna do on my first one. So this one just has a little Velcro dot, and that was very much like the other little small ones that I just showed you. And then you've got one that has a piece of ribbon or twine, and you basically tie it into a bow, okay? And so I'm gonna show you that one as well, okay? So let's start with the Velcro dot, because I feel like the Velcro dot is the easiest method to do, okay? So what I'm gonna do is, here's what my original example looked like. And so what I did was I layered up a scallop circle, and then I layered up, and this one is probably about, I would say about 2.5, no, probably about 3 inches. I think the larger scallop circle is about 3 inches, and then this little circle is about 2.25 maybe. And I just used some distressed ink to ink blend around the edges. And if you're interested or you're curious, I used Rustic Wilderness. That was the color that I used to ink blend. I felt that was close enough to this green that I used for my front cover. And then I just layered up a circle, and I did pop it up on foam dimensional tape. I don't know if you can see it there. That's just foam dimensional tape from Dollar Tree. Stamped the sentiment, and then stamped off the sides some of those leaves from the stamp set. And so that's what my little medallion sort of closure is gonna look like on the front. Now, what we do is we glue it only halfway down. The other half stays exposed, because that's what we're gonna add that little Velcro dot, okay? So these are just some Velcro dots that I had picked up at Dollar Tree. You get 20 in this one pack for $1.25. And so you'll be able to make 20 of these gift card holders if you have this one specific pack. You should be getting each of the sides. So you've got one that has the little teeth, and then one that has like the hook. So you've got both sides there, okay? So, but what we're gonna do before we add that Velcro dot is we're gonna basically assemble our medallion, okay? Because we want to have that ready to go. We want the glue to set, and then we'll go ahead and glue it down, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm just using that 3-inch scallop circle and the 2.25-inch white circle that I stamped and had my images on. If you have not already prepped one of those, you absolutely can, stamp really quickly and then just do some basic coloring. Or you could even just die cut a circle from the pattern paper. That's what it would look like if you did that. So that's another option. And then you can always add some little pieces of ephemera. You've got lots of different options, okay, with your images. You can really just kind of play around with it until you find something that you really like or you want. So you've got lots of different options there. But first, like I said, I want to try to glue this down so it can start to dry, because it needs to be sturdy if it's going to be the kind of branch here that's going to hold down the Velcro dot for my little gift card holder. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and just take some glue, and I'm going to glue this down. So I'm going to just use some wet glue for this piece. Now, normally I do try to do dry glue whenever I'm going to glue onto a metallic cardstock. So this is like a rose gold kind of metallic cardstock. But because I want to try to just use the same adhesive throughout this entire project, I didn't want to have to bring in multiple adhesives. So I'm going to just go ahead and do that, but I am going to let it dry. So I'm just going to put it aside and let it dry for a second. Okay. So while I do that, let me talk about the other 2 closures. Okay. So with your belly band closure, okay, everything is exactly the same. I talked about this. Everything's exactly the same on the inside. The only difference is going to be your actual belly band. So while that is drying, let me show you how to make this belly band. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our scrap, okay? And I did make a few extra. I have a few extra here ready to go. So I'm going to just pull one out here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how we can, and let me see, because I also did a couple of additional like little embellishments here. So let me just see. I think that'll be cute. We'll do that one. Actually, yeah, we'll do this one. That's fine. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and I'm not going to add anything to the actual wallet itself. We're going to cut this down just a tiny bit. And so what you're going to want to do is put the middle section right here on the front, turn it around, and I did add a little handmade label, but you could also add it on the back of your belly band if you don't want to add it onto your actual gift card holder. And then so what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and just fold right in the middle. We're going to go ahead and fold it up. Now I want to make sure that when I fold, I'm not going all the way to the top. You see that? I left a little bit of space, and that's so that way I don't have to fold over again, because if it gets too bulky, I feel like it's going to be just a little bit harder to kind of get there won't be as much wiggle room. Okay. So I'm going to fold it over, and it's just a little bit of a fold. I'm going to sort of kind of crease that little bottom section. Okay. So now it's ready to go. Like it has its fold at the bottom. So then I'm going to go ahead and flip the top over, and I'm not going to like press it super hard as far as make it super tight. I do want to have lots of wiggle room. So you see that? You sort of have to feel for it. And then I'm going to pull it over just like this. And what I'm going to do is then cut off a section of this top portion. Okay. So I'm going to bring out my scissors, and I'm just going to go ahead, and I know that the edge is way up here. So I know I can cut pretty much anywhere down here, and I am golden. Like I am good to go. If you want to use a paper trimmer, you absolutely can. I just did a little quick cut with my scissors. It's going to be the back. And in theory, you could put your little handmade label if you're going to be making these for like a craft fair or to give away, and you want to show who actually made it. You could actually put that label right there on top. Okay. So then the next step is literally just to add your glue and glue this down. Okay. So you've got a couple different ways you could do that. You could add a little pencil mark down here at the bottom, and then just make sure you add your glue just to the top section. Or you could kind of take a note of where you have that fold, and then make sure that you add glue to only that section of this top part up here. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and eyeball where I need to add glue on this bottom section. So you see there, I want to make sure I add glue only to this top part of this bottom layer. And so I've already put my finger here. So I'm going to make sure that I don't go beyond that line. So then I'm going to just add glue to the rest of this thing. Okay. Now it is important to keep it on your gift card holder, because if you remove it, you might end up pressing it and gluing it too tight, and you don't want to do that, because then it won't be able to slide off very easily. So what I'm going to do is going to go ahead and press this down. Now that I've done that, now I can go ahead and take it out, and then I can finish pressing it down to kind of get that glue sort of in place and set, and just make sure that your two sides align just like that. Okay. So you can set that aside, let that dry, but ultimately that's going to be your belly band. Okay. And the last step would be just to decorate here. Okay. So let's go ahead and see while this is drying. Let me go ahead and add this little top medallion to it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of get my fingers more or less where I need to glue. So, and then I'm going to make sure to just kind of stay within that margin right here on the circle. So let me just kind of check it one more time. I want to do it somewhere, something like this. And I want to make sure that I don't go beyond these two. Okay. So I want to stay in the middle of that. So let me just sort of draw my line. And then I'm going to hold the two edges, press it down. And then again, you can take it out and just make sure you don't get any glue on either side, and then just press it down. And that is your belly band. So I'm going to go ahead and just set this aside and let it dry. And we'll come back to our other, with the fastener dot, with the Velcro dot. So that's our medallion for the belly band. Okay, So that's that. So that's how you make the belly band closure. Okay, super, super easy. So now let's go ahead and come back to our Velcro dot closure. So this should already be dry now. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna glue this down first to the front panel of our gift card holder, okay? So, and again, you're gonna wanna sort of center it top to bottom and from left to right, and then add your fingers to the edge of where you're gonna put the glue. And so I'm gonna put glue on this bottom section. So I wanna make sure I don't go beyond that. And I'm gonna just add my glue. Just like that. And then I'm gonna go ahead and glue down my top medallion right in the center here. And then what I'm gonna do is just turn it around and upside down here and make sure that I don't have any glue seeping out from the back, because you don't want the glue to get on the back, because then it'll damage the front of your cover for your gift card holder. So just like that. Okay. So I'm gonna let this glue dry just for a second. Okay, you want this to really, really dry well. And then the last step we'll do is to add that pair of the fastener dots or the Velcro dots. So before we get to this next one, let's go ahead and do our $15 giveaway that's live in the chat. So each instructor is giving away $15 gift card to the Not Too Shabby shop. And so let's go ahead and let's start the giveaway for our chat, okay? For the giveaway, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna put all the information here on the screen. So every person's gonna get 3 chances to pick a number. So you get 3 numbers that you can pick, okay? And what I'll do is, you're only gonna wanna put you can only put 1 number per comment line, okay? So just pick 1 number, drop a comment, but you can do it up to 3 times, 3 different lines, 3 different comments, okay? You're going to pick a number, and this I'm going to tell you exactly what number you're going to be picking in a second, but what you're going to do is just choose what number you want, drop it in the comment, and the first person who actually has that correct number, and it's based on the video, feed that I can see, the live chat feed that I can see, the very first person that I see that comes up on my view, I will let you know, okay? So the question that you'll be picking from is, how many paper pads and packs did I smash in 2023? Okay, so how many paper pads, like 6x6, 8x8, 12x12, how many paper pads and paper packs, like 12x12 paper pack, did I smash total? So I kept track all year long last year as part of my crafty goals. And so I actually know exactly how many paper pads and packs that I smashed, or at least that I kept track of. And so drop the number down in the comment down below. How many do you think I smashed in the year 2023, last year? How many total pads and packs total, okay, did I smash? And all combined as to 1. Again, you get 3 different chances to drop a number down. The very first person who has the correct number, I'll announce as the winner, okay? So, or one of us will announce as the winner. But just like I said, it's how many paper pads or packs that I personally smashed last year in 2023, okay? So if you're familiar with my channel, you probably know I do smash paper pads and packs quite a bit. One of my crafty goals was to smash a paper pad or pack every single month, and I did multiples every single month. In most cases, I exceeded my goals. So that is as far as I'll give you, but just drop a number down. Again, you got three chances, but just put 1 number per comment line. Okay. So we'll see who wins that giveaway. And again, the winner will get a $15 gift certificate to the Not Too Shabby shop. Okay. So best of luck to everybody. How many paper pads and packs did I smash in last year? Okay, so I'm going to, as we kind of let everybody kind of fill in the answer for that, we're going to move on and we're going to add our Velcro dot now, because I feel like this has already dried. So what we're going to do is get your Velcro dots, go ahead and add the pair together with the sticky piece on the outside. So you see how it's sticky on my finger? Put it down and basically hook the hooks and the loops together, okay? And the stickies are on the outside, okay? And then you're gonna just press the pair down with the sticky in the center of your little scallop circle, okay? Now, if you're using an ephemera piece, similar to what I had on one of these right here, you see how I'm using an ephemera piece? The ephemera piece might not be sturdy enough. So what I did on these is I actually put the Velcro dot directly on the edge of my flap. So that's an option too. If you just want to decorate with an ephemera piece, you can do that as well. But I'm using a scallop circle combination and I feel like it's sturdy enough because I've got multiple layers on it. So I'm going to go ahead and just close it. And so you just press it down, close it, make sure you press it to get a good seal. And that is what it will look like. Okay. Now, when you're opening it for the very first time, that is when that Velcro seal is going to be its strongest. Okay. So you want to just be very careful when you're pulling it apart and sort of hold both edges and open it. The more times you open it, the weaker it will get. But that very first time for sure, you want to kind of be a little bit more careful with it. So that's what it will look like. Okay. And so if I was to stick a gift card in here, or in this case, a not too shabby business card, I'm going to stick it right in there. Whenever somebody opens that gift card holder, that gift card is going to pop up just like that. Okay. So that is how easy it is to do the Velcro dot. Okay. You saw us do the belly band. Okay. The last one we're going to do is going to be the one with the fabric closure or seam binding. And basically we just wrap it around and then we just tie a bow. Okay. And you can use twine or ribbon or any kind of like tulle, any kind of fiber will work. I'm just using this little loose kind of like seam binding here. But let me show you. So I did mention I have some extra examples. I'll bring them out and I'll show you how to do that same closure. Okay. So let me move the Velcro dots for a second. Okay, so I've got another gift card holder here. And again, I just decorated a few different ones because I wanted to show you all the different closures options. I've got one eyelet, and this is, I think, a 3/8 eyelet. Okay, that's what it looks like. Oh, let me see if we can focus. There you go. So it's like an eyelet. Okay. And then I am using, I just purchased this actually on clearance from Hobby Lobby. This is the We Are Memory Keepers. And this is the eyelet setter. Okay. So what we're going to do, and I do have about 24 inches. It's about 2 times the length of a 12-inch. So about 24 total of this little seam binding fabric. And mine is very frilly on the side. So it's very shabby. Okay. So kind of shabby chic there. Okay. So what we're going to do is we've got our eyelet. We're going to basically punch the hole right here in the center, but towards the bottom of our flap. Okay, so we basically want our little eyelet to be set about right there. Okay, now this video is not going to be one on the best ways to do your punches or anything like that. In fact, this tool is actually very new to me, so I'm just going to go ahead and kind of eyeball it here. I'm going to use, of course, the bigger hole, and I'm going to go ahead and just punch that hole just like that. Okay. Then what I'll do is I'm going to go ahead and set the eyelet in the hole with the pretty side sticking out and the little kind of like pipe section kind of sticking inside of my, inside the little hole. Okay. And so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and set it. And I've already kind of pre-figured out my settings. So again, this is not an eyelet video. You'll definitely want to check something else out for that to kind of go a little slower on that. But that's basically how you set that eyelet, okay, just with that little tool. And again, that's that We Are Memory Keepers eyelet setter, okay. And then that's my little eyelet. So that's how I make my little sort of enforced hole here. And then the last step is just to go ahead and get some ribbon or twine or fiber or sari silk or pretty much anything. And I am doing the ribbon or whatever from the bottom up. So I'm going to go ahead and pass it through the hole just like this. Okay. And I think this lavender color is just gorgeous with these pattern papers. And so basically what I'm doing is I'm then going to kind of get it kind of even, just like this. You see that? So, and the beauty of this is it's not even set in stone. So, you know, you can adjust this later on if it gets shifted or whatever. But basically what I'll do is I'm going to wrap the two ends together and I'm going to go ahead and just tie a little bow up at the top. And that will finish my closure. And that's how easy it is. Now, it is a little bit bulkier, so this would not be the type of gift card holder that you'd like send in the mail. But if you were looking for like presentation and you wanted something just a little bit more frilly, this is definitely really super fun and whimsical, and again, a little more shabby. Okay, so those are our three options for our gift card holders that we were talking about today. So we have these mini Slimline gift card holders. We have one that has a belly band, okay? We have one that has a Velcro dot, and then we have one that has a ribbon closure or fabric closure. Okay, now the beauty of these mini Slimlines, if you're wondering what kind of envelopes do I use, now the envelope probably won't work for this one because of this big bow here, but for the ones that are a little bit flatter, it is relatively flat. You could mail this even with a gift card inside. Let me show you what envelopes to use before we wrap up for this tutorial. Okay, so I get these from Dollar Tree, but you can get them pretty much anywhere. These are the 6 3/4 size envelopes. These are kind of like those security envelopes, but these don't have the security element. These are just blank and they have the, like, you know, the seal or whatever. But this works perfectly for this size gift card holder. So you don't have to worry about making special envelopes. You don't have to worry about, you know, spending a lot of money to try to find a special size. These usually you can get 40, 50, 60, sometimes even I've even seen like 70 or 80 for really good, you know, price. This was $1.25 for 40 of them. So you can make a ton of these gift card holders, and you know, if you're going to be selling them like at a craft fair or a market or something, you could put them with one of these and it's not going to break the bank. So you could put it in one of those, maybe put it in like a little cellophane bag, or put a bundle of them together, wrap it with some twine. You've got lots of options there. So again, these envelopes are the 6 3/4 inch envelopes. This was from Dollar Tree, but they sell them everywhere. You can find them just about anywhere, and it's the perfect size for these mini gift card holders, or these gift card holders in mini Slimline size. Now, again, it probably won't work for this type that's really bulky, but it definitely will work for these other two flatter ones. Well, that was the end of our project. What do y'all think of this mini Slimline gift card holder? Let me know in the comments down below which is your favorite closure. Do you like the belly band? Do you like the Velcro? Or do you like the really frilly, like ribbon kind of closure? Which is your absolute favorite kind of closure? Let me know in the comments or the chat down below, which one did you like the best? Is this a project that you feel that you will be making? Are you excited to make this for upcoming, you know, holidays? What are some of the things you'll be using for this? Just drop me some comments down in the chat so I can kind of get some feedback as well on what you think you'll be using it for, or if you enjoyed it. And so just a real quick reminder, we have a couple of giveaways. Make sure you check the description box below to enter for that $150 giveaway, or $150 prize bundle that Jamie has put together. It's worth $150 total of products. That's going to be an awesome one. And then there's also a giveaway for $25 gift card if you take pictures of the projects that you did and then submit them through the link that'll be linked down below. So you want to submit your projects, anything that you made during this event, and you can absolutely enter and see if you win that gift card as well. Well, everybody, I hope you enjoyed this class. There's so many possibilities with this super fun bundle. I hope you were able to get it, you know, in time to use it for these projects. If not, take out any fall paper or any season, any reason, and you can make some of these projects. I know all of the instructors are going to be having projects that are very versatile. They're not specific to just fall. So you can absolutely use just whatever you have in your stash and make these projects as well. And you don't even have to stop there. There's so many different ideas and things that you can make that, you know, for either gift card holders or in general, just for different projects. So again, my name is Letty, and I am Party Planner Papery across all social media platforms. I do have a YouTube channel. I'm on Instagram. I have an Etsy shop and a Ko-fi. So I hope you enjoyed this, and I hope you have a great rest of your retreat weekend. Have a great rest of your weekend, everybody. Thanks so much for watching. Happy crafting.
Hello, crafty friends! My name is Alicia, but you can call me Crafty Owl. And welcome to my presentation for Not Too Shabby's Enjoy This Life Fall Virtual Retreat. I am so thrilled that you are here. If you are here watching live during the premiere, make sure that you have that chat box set to either all chat or top chat, and let me know where you're watching from. I'll give a couple minutes for everybody to get in, get settled. Maybe you had to go run and get a drink. While you're also over there, let me know what has been maybe one of your favorite presentations so far, or what is something that you have learned that you're going to either already craft with or you're planning on using in the very near future. In my class today, I'm going to be showing you how to create 8 mini slimline cards, quick and easy in a flash, using 6x6 pattern paper and ephemera. Now, if you are a fan of sheet load, this is probably going to be old hat for you, but if you're not, don't worry. I'm going to take you through everything step by step. Another thing I want to make sure to mention, if you are here watching live during the event weekend, that you can get entered to win a gift certificate to the Not Too Shabby store here during my presentation. I'll tell you more about that later, but make sure to stick around because you do need to be present to enter to win. Why don't we go ahead now and take a look at the main supplies that we'll be using today. For my papers and ephemera and embellishing, I will be using products from the exclusive Not Too Shabby bundle that was sold for this retreat. Now, no worries if you didn't get the bundle, you can find stuff from your own stash to craft along with us. For this sheet load, you are going to need 4 pieces of pattern paper and some coordinating ephemera. So I got out the Fall Life paper pad from the bundle, along with the package of ephemera, and later on you'll see me add just a little bit of sparkle with the glitter enamel dots. I did pre-choose my 4 pieces of pattern paper. When you go to choose yours, you can choose 2 of the same pairs or do 2 different ones like I have. The first one, you have the cute little birdie dressed up and then a purple kind of foliage page to go with it. And then for my second pair, I have the pink flowers and then a little pink and white plaid. Now, when I choose papers for sheet load, I try to get one that's a little bit more busy with a pattern, and then one that's a little bit more muted that has 1, maybe 2 colors from the first piece that is going to make a nice complement. Again, you can choose 2 different sets or 2 of the same. If you just want your cards to look a little bit different, you would want to choose 2 different pairs. For the ephemera, I also pre-chose that. I kind of held up different pieces to my pattern paper and just figured out some that I thought would go well with both the paper and the sketch, which you'll see here in just a little bit. For some of the cards, I chose just a single piece of ephemera, and for others, I created more of a cluster with 2 or 3 little pieces together. And later on, when the cards are closer to finished, I will choose which colors of those glitter enamel dots to use. Let me know over in the chat if you're going to be crafting with the Not Too Shabby bundle or if you pulled some goodies from your own stash. The next supply that you'll need is the exclusive sheet load printable I made for this weekend's retreat. Now, if you haven't yet gotten signed up for my email list to receive it, there still is time. I will put a link over in the chat box for you to go sign up, and I'm going to send the file out one more time tomorrow to those who are interested. Now, if you do see this presentation after the event weekend is over and you want to go ahead and get the exclusive sheet load, all you need to do is sign up for my email list. So come on over to my channel, which is Call Me Crafty Owl. And my contact information is on there so you can reach out to me and we can get you all set up. This PDF is a 3-page printable. The first page, which you don't need to print, please just read over it. It gives some copyright and how you can use it information, and it also gives some great tips on printing. You're going to print it at full size, and you don't need to print this page. You'll just want to make sure that you print pages 2 and 3 so that you're all ready to go. Now, if you don't have a printer, no big deal. Just download the file to your device and you can use it right on the screen. Now, if you had signed up for my email list before the event, this should already be in your inbox. I sent it out yesterday around noon. If you're not seeing it in your main inbox, you might want to check out your junk or spam folder. Sometimes those emails go there. The next thing you're going to need is some cardstock. You'll need 8 pieces for your card base and a small focal area, and then 1 sheet of coordinating color cardstock for some matting. Now, luckily, this pink that I chose goes with both pairs of my pattern paper. But if you find that your pattern papers need different coordinating colors, go ahead and just get out a half sheet of each. Some other items that you're going to need are a paper trimmer to cut down your pattern paper and cardstock. I suggest a corner rounder for the focal point. I got out the We Are Memory Keepers corner chomper, but you might have a smaller kind of handheld one. Whatever you have will work. Now, if you don't have a corner rounder, no big deal. You'll just leave those corners square. You'll also need some adhesive. You might be using liquid or, like me, a tape runner. And if you want to add dimension, go ahead and get yourself out some foam squares, foam dots, foam tape. As I always say, the sheetload of cards is a great jumping off point for you to make these cards your own. So while I go through today and share my process, you might think of something completely different to do for your cards, and that's fine. Use what's in your stash, use what's pleasing to you. And speaking of making these cards your own, on each of my sheetload of cards printables, I always give some alternative ideas of how you can switch up the sketch. For instance, I thought a really great idea for this sheetload for the focal point would be to use some vellum. Since I'm using ephemera on top of it, that's going to kind of help that stand out from the background still, but you'll be able to see some of that pattern paper behind it. You could also use a completely different type of focal point. For instance, if you wanted to use stamped images, you could go ahead and pull out some inks and stamp blocks as well and just decorate this in a different way. I was just trying for this set to show you how quick and easy it can be and colorful, even if you don't use stamped and colored images. The first thing I'm going to be doing for today's process is cutting down each of my 4 pattern papers per the cutting guides. Now, if you didn't happen to get the printable ahead of time, don't worry about it because these are pretty simple cuts. I think you'll be able to follow along as I make my cuts and kind of explain the process to you today. Just make sure that you have went ahead and gathered all of the supplies that you'll need. The first thing I'm going to do is just cut each of my pattern papers in half so I have 2 columns that are 3 inches wide. If your pattern paper has a specific direction, keep that in mind when you're making the first cut. For my pieces today, they really don't have one, so I just have to make sure I cut it in half. And again, we're going to cut it right at 3 inches. For now, that's all I'm going to do with these pattern papers. There are some more cuts we have to make, but I think if we do it in more of an assembly line, it's a little easier to follow and maybe makes a little more sense. But as you're making more sheet loads, you could definitely use whatever process feels and works best for you. All right, now we have our 3-inch by 6-inch pieces. And now what we're going to do is cut this so we have one piece that's 3 inches tall, one piece that's 2 inches tall, and one piece that is 1 inch tall. Now, because this does take up the entire 6 inches, I do always say don't do what I call generous cuts. Sometimes when I'm cutting pieces for my sheet load, I cut it to the outside edge of the cut line. But whenever I'm doing a sheet load and there's no scraps, I do make sure to cut it maybe just even a hair under the measurement, or definitely to the left side of my cut mark. Now, my sides of the cut mark might be a little bit different than on your trimmer, but hopefully that makes sense. Another thing that reminds me, if you have any questions while I'm crafting here today, I will be over in the chat during the premiere. So go ahead and throw those over there and I'll do my best to answer. So now we have these, and what I'm going to do, easiest for me, I'm going to be using the measurements to the left of my cut line. I don't know if you can see them down there, just so that way I can just slide my piece from right to left and do my cuts. So the first cut I'm going to make is at 2 inches. And again, making it right at 2 or a hair under. And you know what? I goofed up on that. The first one should have been at 1 inch. But you know what? This is a perfect opportunity to tell you we all make mistakes when we're making cards, and this is not even a big deal at all. So if that happened to you, actually, hopefully you weren't following along. Hopefully you were following the printable. But if that happened to you, no big deal. I'm going to cut this one like the remaining pieces to the size, and then the next piece, I promise we're going to cut it correctly. So the other piece I need this is 1 inch, and that's going to leave me the 3 inches I need right there on the top. So you'll see here, these are the 3 pieces that we got, just like it shows here on the printable. All right, now let's do one the correct way. Instead of starting off with the 2 inches, I'm going to start off at the 1 inch. Then I'm going to do my 2 inches, which will leave me with 3 inches left over at the top. Just like that. You would never know which one I cut incorrectly. Now what we're going to do is do those same cuts on the other pieces of paper. I would make sure that you keep each of these little sections together. And let's just get to cutting. This is going to be a great time. If you have any questions about me or about sheet load, go ahead and get those over there in the chat. And while I'm thinking about it, I know I talked about the giveaway earlier, but to get entered to win, and you only have to do this one time while you're here with us live, put a comment over in the chat box that says hashtag sheetload. So hashtag SHEETLOAD. There shouldn't be any spaces in it. If you put in a capital letter, that is okay. But you'll just have to enter that once the entire time you're here. And the giveaway software that I'm using will keep track of everybody who has entered that. Now, if you come in late, I will remind you later, but I just want to go ahead and put that out there since this process is a little tedious. You just keep cutting, just like, is it Dory that says, keep swimming, keep swimming? And just like that, our pattern papers are cut. I want to give you a minute to catch up. So while you're doing that, I would like to know, are you already a fan of Sheetload of cards? If you have ever made one before, go ahead and let me know that over in that chat box. All right, the next thing we're going to cut is going to be the CS1 cardstock, which for me, for my card bases and my little focal area, I did just choose white cardstock. And we're going to cut this down for our card base and the focal area. And you do need 8 sheets, and I know that that seems like quite a bit, but I will show you later how you can make the most of this area here on the right so that you are left over with some bigger scraps for future projects. For now, though, I'm going to show you how to cut one just like it shows here on the printable. All right, so I have my white cardstock here, and the first thing I want to do is cut this to 6.5 inches wide. And unfortunately, my 6.5 inch mark on my trimmer is cut off by where it folds. So what I do instead is cut it at 4.5 inches And then that leaves me with 6.5 inches on this side. Now for now, we're going to hang on to this piece. We have a little bit more cutting, but first we're going to rotate that first piece of white cardstock and cut it to 6.25 inches tall. This is a scrap that, again, just keep a hold of for future projects like stamping focal points, stamping sentiments, that kind of stuff. And now this piece, which is 6.5 inches wide by 6.25 inches tall, is going to be ended up to be folded to be our card base. But for right now, I'm not going to fold these. I'm just going to set them to the side, and we'll do that later. Then from this piece here, we are going to cut our CS1B or cardstock 1 piece B to 2 inches wide by 2.25 inches tall. Now you could also adjust this if you want for your final piece. If your focal point's bigger, just make it work for you. So I cut this to 2.25 inches tall, and now I'm going to cut it to 2 inches wide. So here we have our piece that we will eventually do a little corner rounding on to go behind the ephemera on today's cards. Now I want to show you how to cut the cardstock that's going to make the most of getting the rest of those little focal points. When I design a sheet load, I try to make it so each piece looks like it gets cut the same, just for more consistency. But again, if you find a better way to cut your cardstock or your pattern paper that works for you, go ahead and do that. Make the most of those supplies. This next piece is going to start out exactly like the first one. I'm going to cut it to 6.5 inches wide. Hang on to this, and then rotate this and cut it to 6.25 inches tall. Again, the card base set to the side to score and fold later. Now this piece, what we're going to do is we're going to cut more than one of our focal points out of it. We just have to make sure that at the end of the time here, or end of our crafty session, that we have 8 total pieces that are 2 by 2.25. So what I'm going to do here, this is 4.5 inches wide. So I'm going to cut this in 2 sections that are 2 inches wide. And there's a little strip left over, perfect for little sentiment banners later. And now I'm going to take these and I'm going to cut as many pieces as I can from each piece that are 2.25 inches tall. All right, I ended up getting 3 from each section. So I'll cut 3 more from that second strip. So that with the very first one I cut gives us 7 total of these, which means I'm going to bring back in one of the scraps from that first piece, oops, which I think should already be, yep, oh no. So I'm going to cut it to 2.25 inches tall, and then 2 inches wide. So now we have all of our little rectangles to go behind our ephemera. Then all I have to do is bring in the rest of the white cardstock and cut it down for my card bases. And this time, instead of using this now, I'm going to put it right with my white cardstock scraps. Let me know if you have any questions so far. If you're coming in a little late, my name is Alicia, but as always, you can call me Crafty Al. And today in this presentation, I am sharing how to make 8 mini slimline cards with just, 4 pieces of 6x6 pattern paper and some cardstock. All right, here are our 8 pieces for the card base. Now you could go ahead and just fold these in half, but I like to get a nice crisp fold, which I forgot to show you in the beginning for the supplies, but you might want to get out your scoring tool. Alrighty, the next thing we're going to cut is CS2, which is the coordinating colored cardstock, and this will be the end of the cutting for today. See how quickly that went? What we're going to do is cut this piece into 8 pieces that are 3 inches wide by 2¼ inches tall, and this will end up matting piece B of our pattern paper. So I'm going to start by cutting 2 columns that are 3 inches wide from this sheet of cardstock. Saving this for later. And then these I'm going to rotate and cut each one into 4 pieces that are 2¼ inches tall. And for this, again, so it's easy to cut, I'm going to move my sheet from right to left and use the 2¼ inch mark over here on the left side. This part goes pretty quickly. Just always make sure that before you actually cut that you have verified the mark. I can't tell you how many times that I was on a roll, knowing what I was doing, and then, oops, I just cut that 1/4 inch short. Happens to us all. And like with this cardstock, you know that I'm going to have more cardstock that I could get out to replace it. I have plenty. And now we have our 8 mats. Easy peasy. The cutting is now done. So while I give you a minute to maybe get caught up or catch your breath, don't forget, if you have any questions as I'm creating today, to throw those over in the chat box. And if you're watching this after the weekend's event is over, you could leave those in the comment section below or reach out to me at the contact me information on my own channel, which is Call Me Crafty Owl. All right, the next step for me is going to be to score and fold my card bases. But once again, if you don't have a scoring tool or you want to fold them by hand, go ahead and feel free to do that. For me, I got out this small one. It still fits my cardstock, but it gets the job done. One thing you want to make sure, even when you're folding it, is that you're folding the right edge, because this card base looks pretty close to a square. So you might fold it in the incorrect way, and then your pattern paper pieces won't look correct. So if you look here right now, this edge measures at 6½, and that's what we want it to be. That's what we want to be up here at the top. If you turn it, you notice it doesn't look much different, right? But this one measures 6¼ and that's actually how tall our card should be. So I'm going to move it back over so it's the 6½ mark, and then I'm going to score it at 3¼ When I do my scoring, I like to do kind of a couple gentler ones just to get a nice, crisp, nice kind of deep score. And then I'm going to flip it over, and I always put the bump in the middle of mine when I'm folding it. What I also like to do is have one edge up against a ledge, so this scoring tool works out perfectly. That way I can leave that there and just fold this other side to it. Make sure everything is nice and squared up and aligned. And then I like to go ahead and reinforce that with my bone folder. Now, another thing you can definitely do, but again, I'm going to make sure I have the right edge. You can just fold this by hand. I usually do use kind of a little bit of a heavier weight cardstock for my card bases, and sometimes it cracks when I do this. So that's why I've just gotten in the habit of using the scoring tool. But if you look here, you can't tell which one was hand scored and which one was hand folded. So use whatever tools you have or what works best for you. For me though, I'm going to go ahead and use the tool. For the rest of these, I do it in more of an assembly line fashion, where I'm going to do all of the scoring. And then I'll come back in and fold and reinforce all of those folds. Let me know over in the chat box or down in the comments if you're watching this after we're premiering it, which you prefer to do. Do you score your cards or do you just go ahead and hand fold them? I know that some people might have bigger boards, some people might have a special blade on their trimmer. This is one tool, if you're a new crafter, that I would suggest saving up for if you need to. It always comes in handy, and if you're going to do like fun folds, like Z folds or tri-folds, it definitely comes in handy then to help you get everything folded just right. If you are coming in a little late, I will be giving away a $15 gift certificate to the Not Too Shabby online store later, and you do have to be present to enter and win. So what you'll want to do is put the hashtag or type the hashtag over in the chat box, not the comment section afterward, but if you're here with us live, type in the hashtag sheetload. No spaces. I will actually pop up on screen what it should look like, and you just have to type that one time. So even if you're here for my whole presentation and you hear me mention this 3 times or more, you don't necessarily have to type it in each one. In fact, please don't, because it might actually kick you out of the drawing later. One thing though I do want to mention is sometimes our fingers get ahead of us, and if you notice that you typed in your hashtag incorrectly, like maybe you didn't spell sheet load correctly or you put in a space, type it in again correctly so you do get your entry into the giveaway. Nobody wants to miss out on a giveaway. And speaking of that, later on in my presentation, I'm going to tell you about even bigger giveaways that Not Too Shabby has going on this weekend. For the next step, I brought in my pattern papers and my CS2 mats. And what I'm going to do is put each of the piece Bs that are 3 by 2 inches onto a pink mat. Now for this, I'm going to show you a couple different ways to do it. First of all, you always just have the add adhesive and then just grab your mat. Now one thing about this mat, it's not 1/8 of an inch all the way around. It's just about 1/8 of an inch at the top and bottom. You see here how you have the pink up here and at the bottom instead of all 4 edges. Now that I just did by hand and it actually worked out pretty well, but I want to show you something else that you can do. First of all, you do want to keep those 3 pieces together still, and I'm going to bring in the second set here, and I'm going to bring back in my score buddy. And for this, I'm going to use this little lip. You'll see here, it's got a little edge. I'm going to use this to help me line up one end of those 2 pieces that I just matted together. This way, you don't have to focus on getting it centered up and down and right flush against the left edge. This is going to help you get it flush against the edge. So it starts out pretty much the same. I have my pattern paper piece B, and I put adhesive on the back. And then what I'm going to do is take the mat and I put it right up against that edge. And now I can just kind of figure out, move this left to right, figure it out where center is. And when I have that, I just press it right up against that too. So this edge right down here is nice and flush. Now, if you notice, which some of mine might end up doing this, if you notice like your pattern paper hangs over or your cardstock mat has a little bit of extra at the end, you can always just trim that off later before you put it on your card. I'm going to keep just adding those to the mats. Again, this is going to be a great time that if you are just hanging out watching and you have questions, it's a great time to throw those over in the chat box for me. And speaking of that, I meant to ask earlier, are you crafting along with all of us, or are you kind of watching and you're going to create later? I would love to know, so throw that over in the chat box. I myself, during things like this, I usually kind of just watch and, chat with the other viewers. And then I go back later and get crafty with all of the presentations. If you're coming in late, I did ask earlier, but maybe let me know something you've already tried from this weekend's presentation, something you're excited to try, which project has been your favorite, or maybe it's probably hard to pick, right? I'm sure you've seen so many great presentations, but let me know maybe your favorite one or two. And again, I'm just making sure to keep the pieces together. Now, keeping pattern paper piece B with its other two pieces probably isn't as important, but I do want to make sure I keep A and C together, so those are the ones that go on the card at the end. And here I want to show you, it might be hard to see, but do you see how there's just the slightest bit of that pink just poking out there? That is an easy fix. I'm just going to bring in a pair of scissors and just carefully trim that off. Now you could probably leave it. It was seriously just a sliver, but I wanted to show you that that's an easy fix if that happens to you. Uh-oh. I ran out of adhesive. I'm going to be back in 30 seconds. All right, that was probably about a minute for me, but probably just a couple seconds for you. So I'm all refilled on adhesive and I should be good for the rest of these cards. All right, so all of those have been matted. I'm just going to go ahead and stack these up. Oh no, I didn't want to do that. I actually am going to kind of set these out. So what I'm doing is I'm putting A and C up here and my matted B down at the bottom. And for now, I'm just going to put out the pairs that go together. So these were originally the patterns I wanted to go together. And now what I'm going to do to make the fronts to get the pattern papers mixed up so they look like they do on the printable where there are two different patterns showing is I'm going to go ahead and just switch these up. So I'm taking the purple and switching it over and putting it with the birds. Super quick and easy. Now I'm going to put these back together and do the same thing with the second pair of pattern papers. Let me know if you're using the kit, which papers you chose for your sets today, or if you're using something different, what kind of theme or patterns did you go with? And now that kind of like, I call these my card kits that I make. It's just when I put the pattern papers together that go on each card front, because sometimes, especially when you have more than two pattern papers for a sheet load, sometimes you'll get, if you don't kind of pre-choose your pieces, when you get to the end, you might end up with two pieces on the same card with the same pattern that should have actually been different. So this kind of nips that in the bud beforehand, especially like if you've already started adhering stuff down. This way you know what's going to go on each card before you start adhering. Now, for the next step, I'm going to have my little card kit and I'm going to bring in my card bases. So we're just going to have the fold here on the left. And now we're going to get that background created, okay? You might have already noticed that our background piece is not that full 6 inches. Instead, it's piece A and piece C, and then the gap in the middle is covered by that matted piece B. This is the way that we could get more than one card out of a piece of 6 by 6. So for this, I'm going to bring in one of my card kits. So I have piece A, piece B, piece C, and the first thing I'm going to do is put down pattern paper A, and that's the square at the top. that is 3 inches by 3 inches. And once that adhesive is on the back, I'm going to put it at the top of my card, but for some reason I always like to turn everything around. So I'm going to put it down here, which is the top, and I try to get it so that there's an even border around all these outside edges, which with the pink and white it's kind of hard to see, but I have just lightly put it in place. If I hadn't pressed it down yet, I could still adjust it, but it looks pretty good. So I'm going to go ahead and press that in place and then add adhesive to the back of piece C. This one then does go on the bottom of the card, and I just try to get that same border down there. And when I do the next card and there's darker edges, they'll be easier to see, but here's a look at that. And now we're going to cover up that middle section with that matted piece B. Now, while so far I am keeping everything nice and flat, I just like that for mailing, you could always pop up this piece for some added dimension on your card. So there we go. We just set it right in place there, and you would never know that this piece in the background is not a full piece of cardstock. So I'm just going to keep doing that. This, the steps themselves, cutting and getting stuff ready isn't too tedious or too long. But when you do put together 8 cards, it does take some time. So again, while I'm working on this, and maybe you are too, put those questions over in the chat box if you have any. I know general crafty questions probably anybody can answer if you've came up with some this weekend, but I will be here now in the chat during the premiere to answer those for you if it's about something I'm showing you or my process specifically. Don't forget, if you haven't already, if you're here with us live, to type hashtag sheetload one time over there in the chat. And if you're also joining us late and you're wondering how we got this printable, if you signed up for my email list ahead of time, you should have gotten it yesterday in your inbox. But if you didn't know about it and you still want to sign up, I will put a link over in the chat box, sign up for my email list, and then I will send it out one more time tomorrow. Make sure to, I don't know if I just said this again, but check your junk or spam folder if you don't see it. Because sometimes when I send out stuff like this, that's where it likes to go first. So if it does show up there, make sure to mark my email as safe or not junk, and then it should come straight to your inbox. Here we go too. Now you can see when something's a little darker on the edge, it just has more color, that border on the edges. Over in the chat, let me know if you're a fan of mini Slimline cards. I do like these. I think it's probably my second favorite size. My first favorite is just the standard A2, but I really do like this size. And later on, I'll show you some different cards that I made that are mini slim using sheet loads as well. If you've seen some sneak peeks at the event, you will have already seen it, but just in case you haven't, we will take a look at those. I should probably sing you a song or do something to entertain you while I'm just adhering, but I don't think that any of us want me singing. So instead, I'll just keep gluing. What's your favorite type of adhesive to use while you're crafting? Do you use like a tape runner like I do, or do you prefer liquid? I usually use this if I'm doing sheet load and putting stuff down flat, just because it's pretty darn economical and it sticks quickly. But I'm also a fan of some liquid adhesives, like for skinny die cut words, or if I have gems or sequins or stuff to go on things. Just whichever glue works best in that instance. Now we've got our first 4 card bases done with that first pair of paper. Now we're going to go on to the next one, the cute little birdies and the kind of foliage background. The process is the same, they'll just look a little bit different. And if you are crafting along, we are doing this at like normal speed, but if you find that you're getting behind, don't worry. Just focus on finishing one card from beginning to end, or maybe, a couple. You don't have to get a sheet load done necessarily while we're here creating together. You can spread out the crafty fun, right? And speaking of only making one or two sheet loads, I mentioned that the printable has the alternative ideas, of ways to make the sheet load your own. It also has the dimensions of each of these pieces. And that's in case maybe you don't want 8 mini slimline cards, but you want to give this a try. If you look at page 1 on the printable, I have the dimensions of each piece. So that's a great way to use up scraps, or again, just to give the sketch or the size a try and see if you like it. Great way to test out new things. You can hear maybe you can't, but every time I move one of my pieces, I hear the adhesive like sticking to my fingers. Let's have two more. Oh, I don't know if I gave you a close-up shot. So here's the third look for the card fronts, and now I'm going to start the final two, which instead of having like the purpley background, it will have the cute little dressed up birds for the background. Now, if your pattern papers are double-sided and the fronts and the backs go together, like they would make nice combination for a card front, you could always, use the back sides as well and get even more different, more of a variety for your sheet load. Not all mine went together, so I did just decide to do the fronts. So I'll have 4 different looks to my cards. And here I'm adhering my 8th card front. Look how quickly that went. I have put together quite a few sets of sheet loads of cards though, so I get pretty quick at them. And speaking of that, if you are enjoying sheet load and it's your first time seeing it, this is a monthly series that I have on my own channel, and right now I have over 60 free editions that you can come on over and find out how to download. Just had to make sure that I actually had my fold over here on the left, because been there before. All right, now all 8 of our card fronts are now ready. And we're gonna have to, oh, I almost forgot, before we can decorate it with the ephemera, I need to let me know over in the chat box what I'm missing so far. We need to get this little piece here added. And for that, we're going to do some corner rounding, but I'm going to take a second now, take a breather for myself. I'm going to give you some time to get caught up if you need it. And I'm going to show you some other sheet load of mini slimline cards that use papers from the special exclusive bundle for this event. Before this event started, I already had 5 mini slimline editions of sheetload of cards, so I got crafty ahead of time and used some of those editions on the products from the kit. So I wanted to share a look at those with you. Here on these first two, I actually made these during my announcement video, and it was two different pieces that went together that I made two cards here. And then just kind of after that, to kind of, get everybody excited about the event, I used other past editions to make other mini slimlines. So for instance, this one, you can see here, it has some twine there, and it's kind of like a book bind fold card on top of the mini slimline base. So just a little something different. This one is a tent topper card, so the overall dimensions fit the mini slimline, but the inside of the card is a little bit tinier because this hangs up off the top. Kind of hard to see there, but that's just kind of floating there at the top. And then finally, I have a couple more. This is also kind of a fun fold. You see part of that pattern paper on the inside from the front. And then here we have another edition. If you're interested in any of these, I do have a playlist over on my channel, and if I can, I will add the link over in the chat box now if you want to go save that site and check these out. Use some more of your pattern paper from this event to make more mini slimlines. All right, now let's go ahead and get that little piece of cardstock behind our ephemera ready to go. For this, once again, you'll get out your cardstock one piece Bs, which were 2 by 2 1/4, and your corner rounder. I'm going to be using the 1/4 inch side of my little chomper here. But if you have like maybe a smaller handheld one, or you don't have one at all, it's okay. You don't have to add the rounded corners on this. You could just leave them at square or right angles. Now, one thing that you could also do, if you're going to have maybe a bigger die cut or a stamped image or a bigger sentiment, you could actually leave that background piece off. You could just go ahead and put your focal point right up in that area. For me though, I just think that that helps your focal point or your piece of ephemera stand out from that background. All I'm going to do for this, again, using my 1/4 inch side, is I'm going to be rounding the top two corners of each piece. So it goes pretty quickly. It adds, a little something extra. I do know some people have strong feelings about corner rounding, like they really don't like it. They think it dates the project. Let me know your thoughts over in the chat. Have you done any corner rounding lately? Is it not your thing? Do you love to do it? Let me know. I enjoy it. I like how it looks on cards. I probably don't do it though as much as I could. There we go. Now these are all ready to be put on our card bases, which I'm just going to bring those back in. And again, keeping everything nice and flat, I'm just going to use my tape runner. Now, one thing you could do, if you wanted to add a little bit of texture to this piece, especially since we're not stamping onto it, you could use an embossing folder on it. And that way, if there's a lot of white area behind your ephemera, it just adds a little something extra to the card. For this set today, I'm just going to go ahead and put these just flat down, and they go, I didn't kind of show you with the last one, but they go right butt up against the top of the mat, and then just try to center it left to right. Now, another thing you could do, I put my piece B down here, but if you wanted to cut your top at 1 inch and leave the bottom piece B at 3 inches, you could have this center piece or the piece that covers the opening up here as well. Again, switch it up, see what you like. Some people also rotate their sheet load of card sketches, so maybe you like it to look like that. You just might have to switch up your this focal point a little bit if you do that. Let me know over in the chat some ideas you have of how you might make this sheet load your own. I do have some other examples kind of using the same layout that I'll show you here in just a minute, or actually probably after I get the cards done, while I'm giving you that last little bit of time to get your entries in for my giveaway. Don't forget, if you're here with us live during the premiere and you want to win some store credit to Not Too Shabby, that one time you type in hashtag sheetload, no spaces, make sure to have that hashtag, and then you'll be automatically entered into the giveaway. All right, guys, that is all done. We have those. Now we're going to get our ephemera put on top of that. Like I mentioned before, I did go ahead and pre-choose some ephemera to go on each set of my cards. Now you could just add adhesive to these and just put them flat down onto your card fronts, but I did go ahead and add some foam tape to the back. So do whichever you feel is best for your cards. What I do before I commit to putting the ephemera onto the card, I'm going to try or kind of audition the pieces and see where I like them at, what layout I think looks best for them. Is it going to go completely up on the white area? Is it going to come down and cover up the middle? And like on this tall skinny one, I just like how that kind of keeps the tall skinny look to the card. And yeah, just kind of figure out where I want each piece of ephemera to go. I think I'll do the pumpkin all the way up there and this one hanging over a little bit. And then when I figure that out, I'm going to pull the release tape on the back and get this added to the card. Now, if you want a little bit of wiggle time, if you want to have a little time to adjust your pieces before they're, completely stuck down, you could put some liquid glue on the back. And that way it kind of, moves around a little bit before you have to commit. I think I like that. And then just press it in place. And we have, besides the enamel dots, we have the first card done. I'm just going to keep adding these. What are you using to decorate your cards? Are you doing ephemera? Are you doing stamped pieces, a sentiment? This would look really good if you had a sentiment that fit nicely there. That would work as well. I just sometimes like to make cards that don't necessarily have a sentiment on the front so they can be sent for anything. And then you can just, the message you put inside will kind of, be customized for the occasion. So there are our first 4 cards. And now I'm going to do that same thing for the next 4. I don't know about you, but a lot of the Not Too Shabby ephemera has these beautiful ladies in it. I love to use these. And again, I'm going to kind of audition the pieces. Do I like them better with the floral background or the plaid background? I have no idea how this one's supposed to go. I'm going to say the coffee cup maybe should. I'm going to do that. And then a little fall cluster here. What do I think about? I like that. So now once you've auditioned those pieces and you know what you want to go on each one, you can just get those added. Again, you could put it flat down on there or do like I am and popping them up. And our last 4 are decorated, again, besides the glitter enamel dots. Before I get to adding those, I did want to go ahead and show you some other examples where I use this sheet load, but use some of the alternative ideas to switch the cards up a little bit. If you're ready to see those, make sure to smash that like button below if you haven't already, and give me some hellos or high fives or hands up over in the chat. So once again, here is a look at the sketch for this exclusive sheet load. And now here are 3 examples I made ahead of time that might look kind of similar or familiar to me because they do use that same layout. I have just switched them up a little bit. For this one here in the center, I did some wood grain embossing on that background piece. I thought that went well with kind of the naturey feel of the owl, and again, it just adds some extra texture. Over here on the left, another suggestion I had was to use vellum for your little focal point piece. Again, it helps the ephemera stand out from the background, but you can also see some of the pattern paper through it. And finally, I forwent, or I did not use that background little rounded corner piece at all. And instead of having different patterns, for the pieces, I use the same pattern from top to bottom just to give you a different idea of what you can do. You don't necessarily have to feature 2 patterns. Maybe you like the layout but want a little bit of pop. And also, speaking of that, on this card I have popped up the door, and I don't know if you can tell, but I popped up that center piece too. Again, just different ways to make the card your own. Now let's go ahead and finish off my first 8 by getting some enamel dots added. I don't know about you, but I love Not Too Shabby's enamel dots. They add just the right amount of shine and sparkle. If you look closely, there is glitter inside of those. I just love them. What I'm going to do now is maybe use 3 or so on each card, just using a variety of the colors on the card fronts. And what I normally try to do is kind of make a triangle around the focal point. So on this one, I think I'm going to try to bring out some of that green in the background paper. And I'm going to choose the green over here on the right. I'm going to put kind of this size up here. And then that was kind of the medium size. I'm going to put one large size down here and use a smaller one. Use that third one. Again, I want to kind of go in a triangle. So I think, you know what? I'm going to switch. I'm going to put this up here. And then I'm going to carefully take that one off. I didn't press it down too hard. And I'm going to put that right over here. So you'll see now we have a triangle to bring your eyes into that pumpkin, and it adds a little sparkle and shine. So while I finish adding enamel dots to the rest of these, this is going to be your final call to get that hashtag sheetload typed in over in the chat box to enter the giveaway. Once I go to show you all of the finished cards up close, that is when I will be doing the drawing. So you probably have a couple minutes to get that in. And because I am pre-recording this, I don't know who the winner is to announce it live or right here in the video, but there will be a little message over in that chat box when I choose a winner. But again, you have a couple more minutes to get that hashtag sheetload typed in over there. But for now, I'm just going to go and add some more enamel dots. Ooh, I like this purple for this one. On this one, I'm going to put one big one down here. And then I'm going to do 2 together kind of up here. Instead of in a triangle, I'm going to do 2 together. Switch it up. You could add more. You could add fewer. Just whatever you want there. And while I am using my scissors, it might not be the safest option for you, so you might want to skip that part. For this, for my little dressed up birdie, I'm going to do the light pink. This is sometimes the hardest part. Let me know if you agree. Sometimes the hardest part is just figuring out where you want your little bling to go. And for the final one on the door, because that does take up so much of that background, I'm just going to leave this one as it is. But I am going to bring in my other set and add some sparkle. I think for this one, because of her scarf there in the middle, that this kind of deeper peachish kind of color will go really well. What is your favorite embellishment to add to cards? Or maybe you don't like to embellish it. I always like a little bit of bling or shine on mine, so most of my cards will have something. While I finish working on those and before I announce the gift card winner here on my presentation, I did want to tell you about a couple other prizes that are available. First of all, if you do play along and get crafty with our presentations, you can enter the link party, and one lucky person will get a $25 gift card to Not Too Shabby. And there is a $150 value prize bundle that one of the lucky live viewers, you can enter the raffle copter and get entered to win. And there's more information on this in that description box below. Good luck! All right, last call to get in those hashtag sheet loads for the giveaway because, friends, I am now done with all 8 cards. Weren't those so fun and quick and easy to put together? You know, that ephemera was just ready to go for our focal points, and the cuts for the background were super quick and easy. Let me know over in the chat. I always forget that over in the chat how many cards you got done while you were crafting, or if you were just hanging out and watching, let me know that as well. But for now, let's go ahead and take a final look at these 8 cards. Let me know which of the cards was your favorite, and now I'm going to go ahead and announce the winner of the giveaway. Crossing my fingers for you guys. Congratulations to the winner. Again, I can't announce who it is here on screen because I'm recording this early and you did have to be here live. Now, don't forget, if you want to get your hands on that exclusive sheetload of cards and you haven't already, you're going to join my email list and I will send it out one more time tomorrow. So over in the chat box, I have put the link to get signed up. And if you weren't here live and you're watching this later, you can always contact me. Just go over to my channel, call me Crafty Al, and there should be an email address that you can reach me at. Guys, I had such a fun time making this sheet load. I hope that you did too. If you did, don't forget to hit that thumbs up. Thank you for joining us for this weekend's festivities. I had a blast. I hope you did too. And until next time, I hope you're all having a crafty day. Bye bye.